opened and everyone's literally just flooded in. So I feel like it's going to be a really busy day again today. But we will head through and we will just take a little wander back to our stand. I don't know if we're going to need our badges scanned. Yes, morning. Thank you. Beautiful stuff. So again, if you didn't see it when you came in yesterday, there is a map here, an illustrated map. And again, this is us. So we're doing the Meet... Oh, it moves. We're doing the Meet the Speaker stand again today. We've got loads of interviews lined up. And we've also got the photo booth where you can get a free headshot, where Jack will be doing all of that. So come on over, you get those photos instantly. So yes, all good stuff. So let's take a little walk around here. I think we should go around this way today. Lots and lots of people around. We will just... Oh, after you. No escape. Let's go down here. This is the wolf people. That's where I won that little toy yesterday, if you saw. I did name him Jerry, and he is coming back to the office with me because I love him so much. So that is where I won that. Today as well, I'll also be going in here. From what I've seen, it's one of those air things and you have to catch all the balls. So I think that's going to be a good old laugh, but maybe a little bit later on in the day, seeing as I have done my hair this morning, we don't want to ruin that just yet. Let's take a little wander around here. We're going to be talking to lots of different people today. Got a few people in mind lined up, but we're going to head to the studio where I think York is getting ready for his first interview. That's going to be shortly. We'll walk round here. Everyone's just getting ready. They're all... See, this is the thing. I still haven't quite got my bearings of where our studio is. Oh, here it is. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the team. We've got Jack and Ben over here in the photo booth. That's where Jack will be doing those photos. And then this is the studio. Hello, Harper. Hello, York. Let's take a seat. So, are you excited for today, York?
No. Yes, I am.
What are you really trying to get out of today? What conversations do you want to have?
Well, we need to answer the age-old question, bits or no bits in orange juice, which is what we established.
Barbaric, it's obviously no bits.
This has been a big dividing point in the company already.
Yes, it was a big conversation last night, actually.
We also have some alternatives, tea bag in, milk, or tea bag out.
Well, obviously, milk, then remove the tea bag.
Yeah, okay, because then you know, right? You know how strong it is.
I also have one. What's your coffee order?
A one-shot oat latte with salted caramel.
Bougie over here, aren't you?
Extra hot, darling. Oh my goodness, cortado.
That's a little bit bougie.
Own a coffee shop, so you know.
You do own a coffee shop, so I will let you.
Okay, cool.
Nice. Who's the first interview?
It is with Liz Blacklock, who is doing a voluntary register for care workers.
Oh, amazing.
So that should be quite interesting. So Liz will be here at about 10:20.
Nice. What time is it now?
8 minutes past now. So do you want to just fill for another 12 minutes?
Yeah, I will go off and fill some bits and bobs with some entertainment.
If you find me a programme, I could probably do a bit of filling.
There is any, because somebody came over to me yesterday and said they're not doing programmes this year.
I've had a programme at one point, so...
Maybe it's back at the entrance.
Okay, well, maybe you go wander around, I'll have a programme and you can throw it back to me in a few minutes.
I will frisbee it over to you halfway through your interview. Well, nice speaking to you, York. Ta-ta. Thank you, and you. Bye, everyone. We're now off again. So I don't know where we're going to find a programme. That would have been right at the entrance, but... we don't really want to walk right to the entrance again, but it's fine. We'll find him one in a moment. Let's go round here. Morning. Everyone seems so happy for day 2. This is really exciting stuff. Oh my gosh, this is slightly overwhelming. See, people are still setting up. Here is the Home Care Association lounge. No. We'll have to come back later. Let's find... Hello, how are you?
Good, you?
Good, thank thank you. We're just starting off our live stream for day 2. Would I be able to ask you guys some questions about your stand? Perfect. So, could you just tell me a bit about yourself and what you guys do?
So we're Familio. We're a French company, but we started in the UK 3 years ago, and we offer a communication system to care homes to help them improve their relationship with the families and engage the residents with some meaningful pictures and photos and messages from their families.
Amazing. And how was yesterday for you guys?
It was great. It was really busy. We got to see a lot of our customers, so it was really nice. They came to say how they like to work with us, so it was really, really nice. And we got to make contact with some new people, so it was awesome, yeah.
Amazing. And what are you most looking forward to today?
Seeing more of our customers, because we love that. Just gives you a big boost. And yeah, engaging with more people and going around, seeing other suppliers as well. It's really nice to get to meet everybody and see everybody again.
Yeah, definitely. I think everyone as well yesterday was saying it's all about like connecting and networking, which is really good about these events. But we've got a really important question, which we have been discussing as a team. In your orange juice, are you bits or no bits?
No bits.
No bits. Absolute. Your bits, aren't you? No, it's no bits. No bits. We hate that. One more question we were discussing as a team. What is your coffee order at a coffee shop?
No, don't ask me. I don't drink coffee.
That's the worst answer you could possibly give. Oh my God. Okay.
Caramel latte for me.
Same. Anything that is sugary with a lot of calories, etc. Yes.
Absolutely, me too. Starbucks for me, I'm a caramel shot.
Yes.
Because I personally don't like caramel. So the caramel hides that. But yeah, that's awful that you don't like coffee. And I'm so sorry for that. You're missing out on a lot.
English coffee, especially.
That's even worse. Don't take it. That's fine. Well, we'll be seeing you guys a bit later on. We're wandering around later as well. So we'll see you guys later. Nice seeing you. How can you not like coffee? That's just so bizarre. I can't survive without my coffee in the morning. What does she do? Water? That's awful. Right, okay. Now where shall we go? Oh, food. Lovely. We'll have that later. Oh, there's a man there. Let's go this way. Let's go over. Hello. We're just doing a live stream at the moment. Would I be able to ask you just a bit about your company, what you guys do?
Yes, we're One Plan Software. We do domiciliary care software, primarily domiciliary care software. We're a full ECM end-to-end solution. About 7 years we've been coming here now.
Amazing, 7 years. So this year, what have you found most beneficial and what are you guys looking forward to today?
I think this year it's interesting because you've seen the client base go from not really understanding what they want to knowing exactly what they want. And with the new DSCR regulations coming along and the PRSB, I think you've really got to know what you're talking about. We've spent a long time reading this documentation, understanding this documentation, building systems to help these clients with this stuff.
Definitely, and I suppose because the clients know exactly what they want, you need to know like what you're talking about. They need to be able to trust you with that what you're saying is right, isn't it really?
Yeah, you do, and it's actually quite refreshing. It's nice to not have to teach these people. It's nice to know that they now understand, and that obviously means that the level of care has increased naturally with that as well.
Yeah, definitely. So today, what are you guys looking forward to? Networking a little bit more? Anything in mind?
The second day is a bit more about networking with everyone around. So we like to go and meet some of the competitors and have a giggle, see who's done well. You know?
Yeah, definitely. We've got a really important question that we've been discussing as a team. In your orange juice, are you bits or no bits?
Oh, bits.
Oh.
Who's no bits?
Come on. Us. We're no bits. Why would you have bits?
Yeah.
No, that's
It's natural to be no bits.
It's really natural. And what's your coffee order?
Latte.
Just straight up latte.
Straight up latte.
Fair. Nice and simple. Nice. Perfect. Well, thank you so much, and we'll see you guys later. Thank you. Right. I don't understand yet why people like bits in their orange juice. I don't think that's okay, actually. I think it's awful. Look at those pastries. Oh my God, they're beautiful. I can't, no, I've just had breakfast. I can't have a pastry now. That's just silly. Okay, let's go. That's a nice little stand, but they're setting up. We'll talk to them maybe a bit later. Oh, I don't actually think we've walked down here at all, Sakara. Oh, gosh. Hello. Hello. We are currently doing a live stream. Would I be able to ask you a little bit about your company? Could you tell me a little bit about yourself and a little bit about what you guys do?
Yeah, basically we are a staffing solutions partner. We're based in Basildon. We have 12 plus years in, we've been 12 plus years in the industry. And now we are giving the latest technology-based recruitment for all our clients across the UK. So as you can see here on the boards, we have recently integrated our systems with AI, and it's giving more accurate results both to clients and to us as well. So
amazing. And how did you guys find yesterday, and what you're looking forward to today?
Yesterday was pretty amazing. We had pretty good productive talks with so many clients, and they were quite interested in our services. And today as well, we are looking forward to meet so many great people. So hopefully we'll be able to meet new clients, and we'll be able to sell our products and services.
Definitely. I think with all of this, it's about the networking, isn't it? Which is really important. One really important question that we've got: what is your coffee order?
Say it again.
What's your coffee order?
Coffee order.
When you go to a coffee shop, what order would you have for your coffee?
I'll go for a hot chocolate.
Oh, okay. Bit different there. Fair enough. Thank you so much. Well, nice speaking to you guys, and we'll see you later. Thank you. Nice talking to you. How controversial. A bit of a hot chocolate there. I wasn't expecting that one. See, I think just because I love coffee so much, I just expect everyone in the world to like coffee as well. But apparently that's not a thing. That's cool. Okay. It's actually really busy down here. Why didn't we walk down here yesterday? Waste management, teal wash, jiggle. My gosh, this is really busy down here. Let's find somebody else we can talk to. They have a spinning wheel. Okay, they're busy at the moment. Right, today, remember, we've got to go there because we do love a spinning wheel, and hopefully I'll win again today. Oh gosh, more people. Hello, how are you? I'm good, thank you. We're just doing a live stream at the moment. Would I be able to ask you a little bit about your company? So could you tell us a little bit what you do?
So we are a technology provider. So we're physical and network security. So we offer anything from connecting the home with wireless, so we can make sure we get everyone working, all the devices, all the guests, all the visitors, all the staff. And then we specialise in physical security, such as keeping people safe with CCTV from the external, but also protecting from the internal. Whether that's access control, whether that's about environmental sensors, protecting fridges, freezers, giving you those warnings really to keep everything safe. And what we're doing is we're putting all of that into the cloud if we can, and trying to make it a bit more of a modern world, I think.
Amazing, nice. And have you guys found the event so far? How was yesterday for you?
It's a challenge because the conversations you have are challenging. I mean, obviously we're talking about a lot of this infrastructure needs a cable on the end of it, and the problem with that, a lot of the homes are pretty old, really hard to run cables around, and what we really do is we struggle with that part of it. So we're trying to educate on how we can do that for people and really see what the route is. They're all interested in technology, it's whether they can afford to put it in from the cabling perspective. So that becomes a challenge. But if we can find the area they need to work on, we can do it in stages.
And that's what I suppose is really good with these events. You're talking to the people and you're finding out what they need and what you guys do, so how you can help each other in that way.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's the thing. If we don't understand the problem, how do we fix it?
Yeah.
And they've all got a problem. It's just working out what the right market is for them.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you so much for sharing about what you do. A really important question we have. In your orange shoes, are you bits or no bits?
Oh, bits. 100% bits.
Everyone's crazy. This is barbaric. No, not at all. And one more important question. What's your coffee order?
A skinny flat white.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Very interesting. Well, thank you so much for that. And we'll see you guys a little bit later on. Thank you. This is just so interesting that people like bits in their orange juice. I think it's just slightly bizarre, to be honest with you. But I think what we're going to do, we're just going to head back to the studio, see what the guys are up to there. I'm not too sure if they're ready yet for their interview, but we can always have a little go on the photo booth if necessary. But I think they might be ready, but we can have a little wander. and see if they're there and see what's going on. Again, still don't know where our stand is when we're walking around. No, we're here. It's all good, people. I have found the way. Are we ready for the interview? Not just yet, which is totally fine. Again, this is where Jack is getting the headshots. We do have Lindor here, and we also do have our poster. It's a really nice photo on there. So we're just going to finish up interviewing Jack. Hello, Jack.
How are you?
How did you?
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
You're most welcome, Jack. Jack, I've got a really important question for you. I hear that you have started a company up, and would I be able to know a little bit more about that, and could you tell us where we can find more information?
Well, I started the animation company Broken Bill Animations. It's just a little animation studio producing animations for sort of corporate clients. I mean, anyone who wants to do some animation work. I mean, you can find out more at brokenbill.co.uk? Yeah, .co.uk.
Nice. And if somebody wants animation, can you create the animation from scratch? Do they have to have their own assets?
No, yeah. When someone comes to us, we will sort of discuss what they want. We'll storyboard it out. We'll produce all the assets for them, and we'll take them through the entire process, really.
Amazing. And where can people put animation, and what kind of things is animation really beneficial for?
Well, you can put animation anywhere. It can be included anywhere within your marketing, really. I think it's a very visually eye-catching tool. Anywhere that you would put a video, anywhere that you would put a photo, you can put animation, and I just think it helps to make you stand out.
Amazing, perfect. And also with Five on a Bike as well, if you do want animation, Jack is the guy that does it all. He is our in-house animator. He is fantastic. But like Jack said, Broken Bill is where you'll find more information. Thank you so much for that, Jack. I think York is going to have a quick interview now, so I'm just going to go and pass back to York.
Who's going to throw? Hello, welcome back to the studio for the first interview of the day. Thanks very much to Alex for filling for 16 minutes, which I think is excellent work. Well done. Hi. Hello, how are you guys doing?
I'm fine, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. So, would you like to introduce yourself and let us know what you do?
So, my name's Liz, I'm the CEO of the National Association of Care and Support Workers, and I'm also a domiciliary care provider in Hampshire.
Cool. And you are?
Institute of Health and Social Care Management, and we are here today supporting and partnering with Liz at NACAS and the Voluntary Care Professional Register.
Fab. So, you're both talking today. Do you want to talk a bit about what you're talking about?
Yeah, so last year when we were here, we had a session investigating the desire for a voluntary care register for care professionals in England. And we had it's quite a lively debate. And I think the consensus was yes, so we've actually taken it a step forward now and we've launched one. So a year down the line we've launched one. We've had really positive feedback. We're only, a month into it, because we had a bit of a technical glitch, so we had to unlaunch and then relaunch quickly.
You won't say anything about that, it's fine.
No, okay, that's right, yeah.
It's fine, it's lovely, it's working.
Yeah, it is, pretty area, it's fine, yeah, but anyway. but really, just to say, although we've been going a month, actually we've been going less than a month, and we've got on, probably approaching 100 on it already. We understand it's not the sole answer, we know that. We know ideally it needs to be mandatory, and we all agree. However, it's better than nothing. And there certainly seems to be a need for it out there. So at 12:30 today, I'm having a little talk on why I think. I'm a registered nurse, so it goes through me registration like Blackpool Rock,
I mean, I think what's interesting is that I've been in the social care sector about 7 or 8 years now, and there's been lots of ideas and not much action. So it's great to see someone actually. So I remember sitting down with you last year and talking about this.
What I didn't want,
through.
What I didn't want to do is be one of those people that talk, and not actually. That's not me. I'm a bit of a fixer, and as much as I can. But I can't bear the idea of just talking about it and not actually put my money where my mouth is. I mean, I really hope the jungle drums are going actually more than they were this time last year. I've already had a chat with the Department of Health, so clearly the jungle drums are moving. So we've just got to keep getting beating louder, really. But we've had really good, haven't we? Really good support from everyone that's passed the stand, and really good, and zapping away we were yesterday. So yeah.
So how's your organisation helping support this? How's your organisation helping support this?
Well, we were very much we actually delivered the people plan. So that was very much something that we were taking and bringing forward. Obviously, I'm new in post, so I only started in September, and the people plan was all Adam's work, and that was absolutely brilliant. And this really is following on from that. So, my view is that care should be seen as a profession that people aspire to work in and be part of. So if we don't have something that actually takes that sector forward in terms of profession, then that's actually going to be really difficult to achieve. So as an institute, absolutely believe that that's the way forward.
It's great for organisations like yours to support it, and I guess you are able to then share that with your members. And
100%. We have to take this forward. We can't rely on governments to make this change. We've actually got to do it, and it's fantastic that NACAS and Paul and Liz are doing this. It's just unbelievable. It's really good.
What level of care worker should adopt this? Is it sort of manager right through?
I think the thing what we don't want to do is put barriers up. We don't want to say to you, you've got to have a level 3 or you can't register, because actually there are many, many people out there who have just got a passion for care. They just want to go out and look after people. And actually not everyone's academic, not everyone wants to climb the career path. I think as long as they've got the passion, the compassion, the understanding of what it means to be in the industry, then, then you need to be on the register. It's not just about education, it's about the actual work ethic as well. Great if you want to go on and do level 2, level 3 or whatever, that's amazing. We need it, but we need everyone. There are not enough carers. We know there are not enough carers in this country, and we can't afford to be putting barriers up saying you can only come on if you've got a level 2, level 3. Because I know in Wales, I believe that has been the situation, and it is a barrier. And they probably leave some really valuable people that way. And I think maybe if people are seen as professional, if they're deemed as professional, that will encourage them to go on and do that extra training, education. But if they're actually just seen as just the carer, then why would they? What's the incentive to do that? So the answer is the passion and the care is the qualification.
And I think the nice thing that you're actually doing is thinking ahead of that as well, in terms of the qualifications and the training. What's the next steps? And that's really where we're absolutely partnering with that, because we're all about the management and the training side of things, and we're really hoping to work together to build that as well. Yeah.
And what's your ambition for this in terms of, I guess you would love, if you came back in a couple of years' time, that you'd have 1.3 million care workers on your register?
That would be amazing, yeah. And I think actually ambition would be for the government, whatever government happens to be, to say actually they've listened and they can see the desire, and actually let's make it mandatory. Because why is it that everyone else within the healthcare profession, nurses, doctors, OT, all mandatory requirements, and yet care isn't? And yet carers, domiciliary carers, they are taking some of the most responsibility, lone working in the middle of winter in some, rural, where I live, it's really rural. And they walk in to find someone on the floor, and it's for someone who, it is a massive responsibility. And then you phone up for the GP, and basically your opinion is not opinion, but your voice is not heard because you don't know anything.
Yeah, because you're not on a list, or you're not. It's not a recognised.
Maybe I'll start out as a carer, and then I might not do the thing, but actually I'm a nurse, and the attitude changes like that, and that's not right. That is not right. So.
Fab. So have you guys got one tip that you can give to people to take away today?
I knew you were going to say that.
Anything else that you want to add to that?
Definitely register, but for me, this is all about businesses becoming an employer brand and putting people at the heart of that and building that care profession as part of the whole process.
Fab. So as I said, I've got one last question, which is, we've been having debate as a team about orange juice. And with bits or without bits?
Without a lot.
Without, okay.
I'm with bits.
With bits too. Yeah, I'm with bits too. Right, okay, well, thank you very much for coming.
Can I give you the website?
Yes.
www.vcpr.co.uk.
VCPR. Voluntary.co.uk.
Yeah.
Love it. Nice and simple.
Thank you.
I hate the ones with the big long
Yeah. Thank you,
Nice
York,
and easy.
so much.
Google it. Lovely.
And come and see me at 12. Or maybe don't, actually.
Thank
I don't
you.
know.
Right, we're just going to go to a short break now, and we will be back soon.
I wouldn't make it in TV, would I?
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. Oh, that was very...
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We have another speaker with us. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Lovely to be at the Care Show again.
Lovely. Would you like to introduce yourself and let us know who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so I'm Karolina Gerlich and I'm CEO of the Care Workers Charity and a former care worker as well.
Perfect. So, what are you talking about today?
So today I'm on two panels. One panel about mental health in social care, but specifically, for care workers at the front line. But this is a little bit different in a way that this is people from the sector sharing their personal experiences, including myself, about our own mental health struggles. I'm a strong believer that leaders should share things that they find difficult for the people to feel like they can also come forward. And I think mental health is still such a taboo topic. People don't want to talk about it. People are scared that they'll lose their job if they have mental health issues. that leaders in the sector have responsibility to share, to say, look, I'm struggling or I've struggled, there is help available and I'm here to support you as well. So that's the first panel. And then the second one on the panel with NCF, talking about how we can talk about social care with the upcoming election and how we can get it more on the political agenda and for politicians and the society, people voting to care more.
Yeah. So we're not going to go throw glitter at Keir Starmer and say,
no.
care workers.
No.
That's probably not a good idea.
No, I don't think it's necessarily going to work. I think we just really need to convince people.
Yeah.
For me, ideally, I get all politicians working in care for 6 months, and then I think they've completely changed their mind how they approach it.
Well, I think it just to try and make it part of that conversation. So we're talking about health, the NHS, and they're talking about the public finances, and we need to find a way to get care on the agenda to be part of that conversation. So when the government are pitching against each other, that one of those, that some of their policies are aimed towards social care.
Yes, and I think it could really get them a lot of votes because so many people care about it. I think the issue is a little bit that people don't like thinking about having to draw on social care because that means people perceive it as being vulnerable in some way or dying, and we're really scared in this country to talk about dying. So yes, we need to get people talk about it more and really appreciate and recognise what care workers do, how important the work they do is, the skills that they have, and the change that they make to other people's lives.
And it affects a lot of people, doesn't it? And I suppose if you give it a political angle and say, look, actually, there's a couple of million people probably in this country either working in, interacting with, or using social care.
Yeah.
Probably a bit more actually, I'd say.
There are loads of
people. You've got a lot of people there who are, of the right age to vote and maybe interested, and it's a really, opportunity for them, right?
Yeah, so you have the workforce, then you have people who draw on care, but then you also have the families and unpaid carers, millions of, who, if we had a better social care system, could go back to work, could do, more in that kind of sense, as in they're already doing a huge amount of work supporting their family members, but a lot of them would like to go back to work. And also care workers would like to have more time for the visits, for working with people, not constantly be rushed, because that's at the moment what a lot of care workers feel.
Is there a way to do this then? Do we need to employ some lobbyists as a care sector, get some of the big companies together to put some money in to have a lobbyist go into government and just sort of knock on all the doors and say, this is what you should be doing for social care?
Well, there are different coalitions already in social care doing that kind of thing. I think it's more convincing around the economic case of social care, that social care does contribute a huge amount of money into the economy, makes a huge difference to people's lives, and it could do more with proper investment. So yeah, there's definitely more we can do around that.
Let's touch a bit on mental health. I've had a lot of conversations over the last couple of days about mental health with leaders who are saying the only way we can make this work and really show teams that they're able to be open about their mental health is if we're open about, as leaders, we're open about our own mental health. Is there sort of ideas that you can share with people about how they might do something like that?
I think it's checking in, first of all, and it's having in your team meetings, just being open and saying, today I'm actually having a hard day because with COVID, with cost of living crisis, with the responsibility, with staff shortages in social care, managers, business owners are under a huge amount of pressure. But I think sometimes they feel like, I can't share it because I need to keep positive with my team. Whereas I think it would actually be quite helpful to the team to see that side that you are struggling, so they can share with you that they're struggling. And then if everybody feels they're in it together, it helps with that kind of feeling of family, better place to work in, loyalty I think as well, helps with retention, where people feel listened to and supported as well.
I guess the culture over the last 20 years around leadership has been about being strong and positive, and there's not been any space, and I think actually if you're bringing that space, and I suppose it is about still being about positive, saying, look, I have this problem, this is what I'm doing to deal, this is what I'm doing to deal with it, and this is, and if anybody else has this problem, please come and talk to me, or do this or do this, and let's try and help.
One thing that I would suggest that if you have mental health first aiders in your organisation, that it's not your manager, your registered manager, because they already have so many responsibilities on themselves. I would give that responsibility to somebody else. So also the manager can go to that person and say, actually at the moment I'm having a bit of a tough time. Can we have a chat? Because mental health first aiders are not there to do counselling. They're there to, spot people, maybe direct them, signpost. But yes, I think with managers especially, we don't want to put that additional responsibility on them, but for them to feel like they can share as well.
Have you got a quick hidden or tip that you can share with the audience to just help their daily lives in the care sector?
In terms of mental health?
No, just anything, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, during the care worker charity.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, one of the best things you can do in your life is to help others. And I really mean that, it gives me a very selfish buzz helping other people. And obviously the Care Workers Charity, I think, is a very obvious charity for the care sector to support. And, we welcome any type of organisation, individual. We have fundraising walks that you film for us. We do different events. There's the Care Sector Ball organised by Championing Social Care. People can become sponsors, supporter members. So there's a huge array of things that people can get involved in to help us support care workers. So then care workers then can help other people.
So if you work for a company that works in social care, get in touch to sponsor. If you're a care worker or you know care workers, have a look, make sure you know that resource is available if you're in an emergency situation. If you're a company that employs carers, tell your carers about the care workers.
Yeah, and also come and support us.
Yeah.
So exactly that.
And then we are trying to answer the age-old debate. Orange juice, bits or no bits?
It's not a debate. It's absolutely no bits whatsoever anywhere near my orange juice, please. Thank you
very much for coming to see us today.
Thanks a lot.
We are now going to an interview from yesterday with Debbie Harris.
My name's Debbie Harris. I'm the founder and managing director of Autumna. We're an online directory of every registered care provider in the UK. So that's care homes, home care, living care, retirement living, and we also run a 7-day-a-week advice line for care seekers.
Lovely. So, do you want to tell us why you're here today, what you're talking about today at the care
Well,
show?
who can stay away from the care show? Come on, York. I mean, goodness me. I just like seeing everybody. I like seeing what's going on. I like getting the mood of the sector. And let's face it, we've had a few tough years. So it's just really nice to touch base with people and talk and connect, really.
Yeah.
It's all about the connection.
Definitely. And I think it's one of those things, we sort of moved through a couple of big sort of crises in the care sector, and then we're moving into a new zone. It sort of feels like maybe now's the time to sort of start building rather than protecting. I don't know about you.
I totally agree with that. There's an excitement. There's something going on where I know we're coming up to winter and all the rest of it, and COVID's on the rise again and everything, but trying to put that to one side, there's definitely an excitement in the sector. And I feel that there is a digitisation conversation going on in the sector as well, which I think has to be the future for social care. We have got to grasp this with both hands and be in the vanguard of making those changes.
It's difficult because I suppose as a sector, everything's always on fire, right? And it's not like that with a fire brigade where you spend most of your time practicing for things to be on fire, and then you go and you put the fire out. Everything is always on fire. There's always emergencies. There's always, we are working with people who are, in a lot of cases very poorly and need care, and stuff happens out the blue all the time. So I guess it can be for people, especially for people who work in homes, can really be a nice spot to come to give them a chance just to kind of just
decompress. I think is the
word.
word.
Find out some new information, and then try to find that time and space for kind of new innovations, to try things out. Digitising a care home is a big, complicated job, right?
It is, but if you think about it, I'm in awe of people who run care homes, and I genuinely mean that. Not only are you looking after your residents, have you got the whole care thing, you've got the relationship with relatives, you've got the relationship with your staff, you've got to attract your staff, so you've got the big staff issue, but you're running a hotel as well. And you've got to market all of that.
Yeah.
And you've got to adhere to the regulations. My God, what a job! Who would want that job other than our brilliant care managers?
And
amazing.
so you're talking today. What are you talking about? What's your subject?
Well, I'm on the, I don't even know what the stage is called, but it's the environment, the built environment sort of thing, I think. So it's about the interior of a care home, which I think is really important, because what we have found is that well over 90% of the decision-making process by somebody who is self-funding their care is taking place online. So what you present online is hugely important. So you need to have great imagery, you need to have great videos, and I don't mean professionally shot or anything. Use your phone. They're fine, but just make it look good, make it look nice, and that's what we're going to be talking about. Yeah. It's about that online representation of what you're doing, and the really simple things. Take a photo of the outside of the care home when the sky is blue, rather than in the middle of a thunderstorm. It just, it looks more welcoming.
Sometimes it doesn't seem that obvious to people, does it, really? But we really found this, that and COVID accelerated this massively, that before COVID, people would visit a few homes, they'd really have a bit more of a look round, whereas now they'll choose to visit one, maybe two, if you're lucky. If they're even given that choice. A lot of the time people aren't necessarily even given a choice. Even if they are given a choice between two local authority homes or local authority rented homes, they're still going to look online at your reputation. Definitely. Even if their neighbour says this care home's great, they will still go and look online. So it is really important to make sure, if you've got a shop, you'd want to make sure the outside of your shop look nice. This is basically now your shop. Yeah. So your online
exactly
is the
right.
shop. Yeah.
Give me anything in any sector where somebody is not considering their online presence and marketing their online presence. There isn't any.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. Much to my director's disgust, I cut that interview off early. He's very cross with me, but we'll crack on because we've got lots of people waiting to be interviewed. So, hi, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Of course. My name's Fraser Rickatson, and I'm the Policy and Public Sector Officer at Care England.
Perfect. So, you're not talking today, but you do kind of lots of stuff around the care sector. Do you want to talk about kind of what you do in your role at Care England?
Of course. So, for those who don't know, Care England is the largest and most diverse representative body of adult social care in England. Represent around 25% of the sector, around 30% of those in care. And we work really to make sure that the providers' voices are heard at every level, at local, regional and national. We support them on all sorts of different issues they may face with funding, regulation, digitalisation and workforce. In my role as the Public Sector Officer, I support on the funding role, and I'm here today to really showcase our market intelligence system, Mint, which is to support them in their funding negotiations.
Cool, perfect. Well, let's talk a bit about Mint then, because it's a really interesting platform, isn't it?
Yeah, so Mint is free for all Care England members, and essentially it consolidates all important funding information you need. So whether you're a residential or nursing care service, supported living or residential nursing for learning disabilities, we've collected information since 2018 on all the average rates, base rates, fair cost of care rates, as well as the lowest and highest weekly rates paid. And we've collected that since 2018, so the providers have the historic fees, have current fees, and it really helps position themselves to market and negotiate for future fees. And a part of that as well is we have a CQC database, so it allows the providers to see their own CQC ratings, but then also compare themselves to the nearby care homes and services around them. So they can see their position in the market, they can see where they're related to the local population, but then it also allows them to see the nearby health services, the nearby pharmacies. So it really makes you so informed, and I think that's what's critical nowadays, that you need to be informed and you need to be prepared, and Mint really supports you with that.
So if I'm a care home owner or a manager, I can go on the platform, and if I've, say, for example, got a nursing home in Buckinghamshire, I can look on that platform at the historic rates and the current rates that Buckinghamshire Council are paying for local authority funded placements. Is that correct?
Exactly, and it's not just that as well. So as soon as you log into the platform, there's a drop-down list of every commissioning local authority in England. You search Buckinghamshire in this example, and then not only does it show you those rates, but it also compares it to the regional average as well. So you can see how Buckinghamshire is compared to the local authorities in the region. But if you're operating in more than one local authority, for example, and you want to compare the Buckinghamshire with your other local authority, there's a LA Compare function tool So you can compare the two and you can have the rates side by side so you can see exactly the difference. And then you can identify if you need to target Buckinghamshire or maybe it's the other local authority that you need to target more.
Yeah.
And we update the information constantly, so we send out freedom of information requests to every local authority. We send about 4 or 5 every few months to get not only get the information, but get the updated information, because averages will always change.
So if you're a Care England member, you
Yeah.
absolutely should be looking at this platform, right?
Absolutely. And when you're a Care England member, there's unlimited team members of your service can be logged into the system. And although we have information on every local authority, you may only want information on around 1, 2, maybe a bit more. You don't want information on all of them. So we have a function where you can add local authorities to your watch list, and then when that information changes, you get a notification, email notification, saying what's changed, why it's changed, and what it's changed to. And all the changes are all evidenced in buttons below, so you can see the fee uplift letters, you can see the completed FOIs, and you can see where we've got that information from, whether it's public sources or whether it's from our own investigations.
And I guess it's really going to help people get parity of funding to make sure that Care Home A down the road from Care Home B they haven't had a different set of negotiations for the local authority to make sure they are getting the right rates, right?
Exactly, as well. And I think there's so much information out there. It's what Mint does is it also puts it into one place, so that you don't need to have 50 tabs open on your phone, or you don't need to go through hundreds of files that you have in your home. You'll be able to go log in on your phone, on your laptop, on your tablet, on whatever device. You'll be able to log in and get it instantly. And we have information from the local authorities themselves. So we have local authorities, they must clarify when they pay over £500, they have to clarify where that money's gone over the month. So you'll be able to see what the local authorities have been paying care providers in your area for different service types. So if you're a residential home, you'll be able to see all the other residential care types that have been paid and what they've been paid. So you can say, oh, well, actually, that care home has been paid £300 more a week than I get paid. However, on the CQC database on Mint, I can see that my CQC ratings are higher than them. So it really allows you to strengthen your argument and be able to go to the local authority and really fight for the funding that you deserve. And a big mission that we've launched recently is with the local authority capacity plans. So as part of the Market Sustainability and Improvement Fund, local authorities had to submit information on their current capacity, current demand, how that demand will change in the future, and what they're going to do to meet that demand. So that really outlines local authorities, their commissioning practices, what services they're going to target more, what they need more of. And that information isn't available anywhere else. We've only got it on Mint. And we've got it in one table so you can see this is what the local authority's practice is going to be for 3 years. All of that's in one table. You can access it in 30 seconds through Mint, and it's a game changer.
Awesome. Well, I was going to ask you a piece of advice, but I think the piece of advice is check out Mint. If you're not a member of Care England, join Care England, right? So that's good. So age-old debate, orange juice, bits or no bits?
It's going to be controversial, but I'm no bits.
So that's a highly thought of answer so far. Thank you very much, Fraser, for coming in.
Thank you, it's been a pleasure.
We are going to go to a short break now. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We have another speaker with us. Would you like to introduce yourself, who you are and what you do?
So my name is Sanjay Dhrona. I am the Managing Director of the Close Care Home in Burcott, Oxfordshire, and a Director on the Outstanding Society.
Lovely. And what are you talking about today?
Well, it's been a busy 2 days. So we've got the Outstanding Society's Learning Lounge, and we've had about 7 sessions yesterday. We've got a few today. Yesterday we had one with the CQC about having an outstanding inspection day and climbing the new framework. We thought that was a nice pun. All of ours have little puns in there. There was a session on data security and cyber security, which was called I Always Feel Like Somebody's Watching Me. I'm not going to sing it. Thank you for saving your viewers from that. And then we had a really exciting one on Lonely Planet, hiring from abroad, the pitfalls about international recruitment and actually the bonuses and how to leverage it and do it in a really safe and ethical way. Today, we've got sessions all day on the stand, and actually this afternoon, I'm doing a session which is essentially something like the moral maze, and that is going to be taking challenging situations, so it's called It's Complicated.
Yeah.
And it's taking really hard-hitting situations, and how do you deal with them in your service, and how do you use that to prove that you are a good and outstanding operator?
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it's really helpful, because it's taking those situations that would normally spin people and actually saying, fine, this is a really good way to handle it, and we're going to workshop it. So it's very much about participation.
Do you have a scenario ready to go, or are you seeing kind of what happens?
There's 3 different scenarios that we've come up with, but if you want them, you're going to have to turn up at the session.
Well, lovely, and they'll be recording the session as well, so you can watch.
They're recording us on video and recording, and then we'll be releasing them as podcasts via the Outstanding Society app. The website, which is absolutely brilliant. So the key thing is, if you go to, if you just Google the Outstanding Society, it's a really, really good resource for everyone in the sector. You don't have to be outstanding to join the society. It's about people that have that shared belief.
Okay, I didn't realise that.
It's a really big thing, and I kind of, it's unhelpful in our name, but it kind of does what it says on the tin. If you have visions of wanting to be outstanding, or even on that journey toward it, you believe in sharing best practice, really becoming an exciting, engaged operator with our dynamic sector, that's where you're going to go. The Outstanding Society is also running the SNACS. Hate that hate the acronym, but it's the Social Care Nursing Advisory Council. This was a very special board of nurses set up across the 42 different ICBs, set up by Deborah Sturdy in her role as the Chief Nursing Officer for Adult Social Care. And so we're leading on that for Deborah and the Department of Health and Social Care. So we've got that. We're doing a big program around environmental sustainability, because ESG is the next hot topic. And realistically, it's the home of the launch and of everything basically around outstanding.
Yeah.
This is the sector's first ever LGBTQ plus network, and it goes across the whole sector. So it's for residents, it's for team members, it's for suppliers, it's an all-inclusive welcome environment, and the Outstanding Society have supported me as the lead director in setting Outstanding up. So it's going to be that first opportunity that adult social care has to really build that cross-sector LGBTQ plus network. So we launched it yesterday, and that was fantastic, because it doesn't matter whether you're from a home of 2 people or whether you're in a massive group of 100 homes. I don't have anyone to march with at Pride, and I've got no real community within the sector. The fact is, when people are going to be coming in and utilising the sector as service users, we don't really have sector developed information from people that identify. And that's why this is going to be really important. So we're going to be creating policy and procedure that the regulators, government, NMC, they're all excited to hear what our output is.
Perfect. You're a busy man then.
Don't even start. And then on top of that, we've got the close. So the care home.
And you just managing a care home at the same time.
Managing a care home on the side. But it's really exciting. The close is just such a beautiful home. We obviously still sit with a full 5-star outstanding rating, which is massive. But it's the idea of that is only going to last so long. We are going to come down at one point. The question is, what can we do to make sure that we're doing it really beautifully for the residents? So having the different societies and coming to shows like this, it's so important, because we really get to meet other professionals in the sector and steal ideas.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what we should be doing, right? We should be collaborating, stealing ideas, sharing as much as possible, right?
Completely, and that's the honest fact. Once you steal with openness, the best thing is, so we see a really good idea from another operator, take it, and then we give them credit back, saying, look what we did with your idea, we loved it, we developed it, we put it through our lens, and we're giving it back to you to show you what we did. So it looks really great.
Maybe you've made it even better.
Probably, and normally.
So, do you have a nice little hint or tip that you can share today with
My big tip would be get involved with the society. Yeah. So the Outstanding Society is there, the website's there. You will not, so everything is free. It's not a paid for service. We don't have pushy sponsors selling to you consistently, or in fact at all. And that's what makes a big difference with us. It's a really, really involved, dynamic place to shout about good ideas, best practice, learnings, mistakes. So it's a really great place to be. So definitely, big tip, join the Outstanding Society.
Yeah, and it's really easy to do.
Just on the website, www.theoutstandingsociety.co.uk.
Just Google it.
Google
it. And we've got one final question for you.
Go on.
Big debate we're having as a team.
I'm curious
Orange
now.
juice. Bits or no bits?
Oh, bits.
Yes.
Bits.
You hear that, Alex?
Which Alex? Yours?
Alex, yeah, our Alex. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, great. No, I have a memory of being really young and going to the airport was a big adventure. So if somebody travelled, they used to have an orange juice making machine. Do you remember the ones that split the?
Out now, aren't they?
They are. They are really trendy supermarkets. So that's always my lasting memory. So I always there's something reminiscent about this.
It's like that's natural. It's part of it, right? With the bits in it. So, well, okay, well, lovely. Thank you for coming to see us today.
Thank you, York.
I think we are going out live to Alex. So, yeah, over to you, Alex.
Going live around the care show. I know York just had a couple of really interesting conversations there, but we're just going to go over and talk to Trusted Care. So if you follow me, I'm just going to head over to here. Oh, it's Trusted Care and Care HQ actually in the same stand. Hello guys, hello, how are you? I'm good, thanks. Could I ask, can you tell me a little bit about what you guys do and just tell me a bit about yourself as well?
Absolutely. So I'm Holly, I'm the operations manager here at Trusted Care. We've essentially got three core businesses. Trusted Care is an online directory and brokerage service. We refer inquiries to care homes and home care providers across the country. Business number 2 is Trusted Care Pro, which is a 7-day-a-week contact centre. So we answer the calls and take inquiries on behalf of care homes. And business number 3 is Care HQ, which is a CRM platform that we built specifically for the UK care market. So all in care, of course, that's why we're at the UK Care Show. It's been, a super incredible 11 years for us, and we've been really busy in building all of those businesses, and it's something we're super proud of.
Amazing, you guys seem very busy, oh my goodness. Very. How have you found the care show? How was yesterday? What are you looking forward to about today?
Yeah, it's been fantastic actually. It's the first time we've exhibited. We visited a few years, and I think this year seems much bigger. It gets bigger and better every year that we've been. It's always impeccably well run, and it was great. We saw lots of new prospects yesterday. We met with lots of clients as well, so it's great for us to obviously showcase what we do to meet new people, but equally it's a great opportunity for us to meet our current clients, and it's nice to see them face to face. Everybody's so used to Teams meetings and whatnot these days, so it's been a really great couple of days.
Definitely, we were even saying it has been so busy, like yesterday was so busy, even this morning, this rush of coming in, literally, it's been a really good day. Well, we've got 2 really important questions that we've been discussing as a team.
Right.
In your orange juice, are you bits or no bits?
Absolutely no bits.
Thank God.
Absolutely no bits.
Thank God, everyone keeps saying bits, and I'm like, you're crazy.
I would have to question a friendship if somebody told me they had bits in their orange juice.
Absolutely. And what is your coffee order?
Black. It's a black.
Simple.
Black coffee for me.
Nice,
no milk,
absolutely.
Nice. I'm not bougie in any kind of frappe, cappuccino, anything like that.
Love that. Well, thank you so much, and we'll come over and probably speak to you guys later. Thank you so much, and you. Nice, simple black coffee. Love that. Okay, well, we're going to head over to these guys over here and have a quick interview with them. I think the man we need might be a little bit busy, but let's just have a little wander through their stand. Hello. we're doing a live stream at the moment, and we just want to know a little bit about more what you guys do.
Okay, company is Disney Boshoff, based in Germany. We've been manufacturing care beds for over 70 years. We're Europe's #1 manufacturer, largest manufacturer, producing over 120,000 beds per year. We're now on to new designs, hotel designs, working with interior designers throughout the care sector to produce a more homely feel in care beds, not looking so clinical. And we've been coming to the care show for 5 or 6 years now, so yeah, we've had a good show so far, and hoping that we have a good one today as well.
Yeah, definitely. We were saying how busy it's been over the last couple of days, which I guess is really good to network, get to speak to people.
Yeah, it's always great to see new people, but also reacquainting with people that we already know, networking with other manufacturers and other suppliers in different areas. Working with technology is a big part of what we're doing as well now, so introducing technology into beds to improve quality of care for individuals. So yes, it's all going well, thank you.
Oh, good, definitely. One really important question we have, in your orange juice, are you bits or no bits?
Oh, definitely smooth.
Definitely, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, and we'll see you guys later. Thank you. We have one more interview lined up. That was a lovely man, and their beds are lovely too. Let's head over to here to Complete Care Adversary. Hello, guys. How are you? We can do a group discussion, absolutely fine. Could you guys tell me a little bit about yourselves and what you do?
So we're Complete Care Advisory. We are an advisory company for care businesses across the country. So we offer support and advice around all things finances, HR, marketing, CQC support, so mock inspections, advice and support how to prepare for the new upcoming assessment. Did a talk yesterday on that. So all your needs to help your business be successful from a financial point of view and a compliance and quality point of view.
Amazing, lovely. And how have you found the show so far? How was yesterday? What are you hoping to get out of today?
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic actually. There's been thousands of people here, had a really good footfall coming through, met lots of people, had lots of good conversations, and yeah, really good networking events, so we've had a great time.
Yeah, we've been saying with everyone, it's been so busy the last couple of days. Even today when everyone was flooding in when we were at the entrance, it was crazy. Yeah. Which I guess is really good. What it's about, isn't it? Networking and things like that. So,
yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's been a really good few days, loads of fun. Yeah. Really nice to meet everyone.
And thanks to the organisers as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. We've got two really important questions. In your orange juice, are you a bits or no bits?
No bits. Smooth.
No bits.
Smooth.
Yeah, no bits.
No. Bits is not good, not at all. And what is your coffee order?
Cappuccino.
Nice.
Easy.
Simple.
Vanilla cappuccino.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cappuccino.
Yeah.
All cappuccinos. We're all pretty much lattes in our office, so interesting.
Tips a soy latte.
Oh, love that. Nice. I'm a coconut. Did you say that you were speaking as well yesterday? Yeah. Well, do come over to our stand. We're doing a Meet the Speaker. York, one of our colleagues, is talking to all the speakers and having just a bit of an interview. So if you want to head over to our stand, 5 on a Bike, E69, I think it is. And York can have a chat with you there if you want. Perfect. We'll see you guys later. Thank you so much. Look at me there, plugging that in. They were really good conversations. Everyone seems really upbeat today, really happy. Again, everyone's pretty much said it's been so busy as well today. When we were at the entrance, it was literally people flooding in. Because normally the second day is quite quiet, but it is pretty busy today, which is good. And I know York has quite a few interviews lined up today, which I think will be really interesting conversations. I'm not too sure if they're ready just yet at the studio. If not, we can go and find somebody else. I wonder if we should go in that air thing. Yeah, let's do the air thing. No, let's go and have a look and see if the air machine is airing. the ball one that I showed you guys earlier. I think it's down here. It's near the entrance. Oh no, where is it? Oh, hello. Oh gosh, we spoke to you yesterday. Shall we have a look at your bath.
Why not? Why not?
Look at your bath.
Do you want to go in?
I'm okay, actually. I think I'm good.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see Sakara. Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling. Do the lights change? What happens?
So look at this bath here. It changes multiple colours. It's got your spa, multiple colours. The seat rises up. The bath rises up. All manufactured here in the UK by NHC Group. We supply and install, so we do the whole package.
Amazing. And do people have these in their homes? Is it in care homes? Where do you guys provide this?
Yeah, so mainly care homes, majority of them. Obviously this is a high-low assisted bath, so the bath rises up so the nurse can tend to the patient at a sensible height and direct conversations, at least speak to them at a sensible height. So
that's really nice as well, because I guess it is more personal, definitely. Have that eye contact at the same level, and the nurse doesn't hurt their back.
Absolutely correct. Yeah, absolutely right. So we do have another option, the fixed height bath over to the right hand side here. As you can see, it's fixed to the floor, so the nurse having to bend over, care for the patient. It's not as comfortable, it's not as can't attend to the patient as well. So with this bath here, it's a good all-rounder.
Amazing, and I love the bubbles, a bit more of like a spa experience.
Absolutely, it's always got the music as well, playing as well, so you can favourite tune, sit in the bath, absolutely.
Love that, well thanks so much for showing us, and we'll see you later, thank you. So we spoke to those guys yesterday, if you saw in the live stream, but we didn't get a chance to look at the bath in action, so that is the bath in action. I'm not going to lie, who doesn't love a bubble bath? That looked very nice. I'm trying to find this. Oh my gosh. Where is it? Okay, I've lost it. I've lost it. I don't know where it is. Over here. Here. I hear it. There it is. There it is, right in front of me. Oh. Also, we found out yesterday, this blue line on the floor takes you to the entrance. So when Sakara and I were running around for 15 minutes trying to find the entrance, all we had to do was look on the floor. Oh, so sorry. So this is the ball thing. I don't know how good I would be at this. Oh, there's a competition, 30 balls. Oh, there they are. Hello, how are you? Good, we're good. We're just doing a live stream at the moment. Would I be able to ask you a little bit about your company and what you guys do?
Yeah, of course. So we're BoCare and we're based in Harrogate, and we supply all care homes nationally with medical equipment, hygiene products, consumables, and then we've got a team of service engineers that'll go out and fix the equipment if it breaks down.
Amazing. And what have you guys found about the show this year? Has it been good for you guys? What are you guys looking forward to today?
Well, this is obviously a nice win competition, has brought in loads of people to have a good well, you got a chance to win a pony therapy day, and last year we had the ponies on the stand, so I think people have remembered that. But I think with us being on the main walkway as well, we've obviously captured a lot of people's attention from the start, so it was really busy. Yesterday flew by, and we're hoping for the same today.
Definitely. Do you think I would be able to have a go in the machine? Is that okay?
I wasn't very good.
I don't think I will be good either. So no green balls? No green balls. Okay, no green balls. I'll put this mic down because I don't think the guys want to hear this in their ears. Let me just pop this on the floor. Is that okay on the floor there? Perfect. Said no green balls, but there are a few. I'm so sorry. That was actually a bit scary. Oh my god, that was a bit intense. My goodness. Oh gosh. Sorry. 6 green, he said. 6, 8. Not good.
Top 30 even, and it was yesterday as well.
Oh gosh.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I obviously didn't do very well.
There's 3 prizes, guys, so the more the merrier. Keep coming down. Have a go.
It's really good fun, a little bit scary, intense, but it's fun. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us, guys, and we'll see you guys later.
Bye.
That was actually a bit intense. That was a bit scary. And I wasn't very good. I've seen loads of people doing that online, and they have a technique. I clearly didn't get the technique of catching those balls, but it's okay. It's fine. It was an experience. Definitely go to that stand. Very, very fun. So, shall we carry on going round, or is the guys ready for the interviews next? Because I know we've got quite a few lined up.
But it has sensors in there.
Perfect. I think the guys are going to play back one of the interviews from yesterday, so do have a watch at that, and we'll see you guys later.
So my name's Geraint Thomas. I run a company called Guided Innovation.
Well, what does it do? Tell us a little bit about what it does.
All right, we're a fantastic company. We are really passionate about social care digitalising. So we offer free advice to care leaders who are looking to solve their problems with cool tech. If they take that free advice, hopefully they might procure our services to then implement that technology across their company.
So you've got a kind of, you're a partner of the care show like we are,
Yep.
a purple stand. People are coming, they can go to your stands and go, I need a X, and then you'll help direct them to the right company.
It's the coolest thing the care show has done for years. So one of the problems with the care show has always been, I invite care companies to come and visit, and then I ask them how did it go, and they go, I got stuck speaking to a salesperson that I didn't even want to buy their system, but they were so nice. And they go quite confused. So this year we have the Technology Concierge Lounge. Anybody can come up to us and say, hi, we're looking for technology to keep my staff retained and happy. We're looking to reduce falls. We're looking to help with medication errors. And we offer independent advice. We have learnt every company in this massive building. And we will walk you around the stands that you really need to see before going home. So yeah, fantastic service.
Lovely. So you've been speaking today. What have you been speaking about?
We did a fantastic talk today. We kind of ranked software products based on staff well-being.
Okay.
So if you are trying to help your staff with mental well-being, help your staff with the cost of living crisis right now, then we kind of rank the kind of products you might want to think of procuring specifically with that goal. Not to say there's anything negative about other systems. Technology is a fantastic solution because, you know, risk reduction, quality increase. But specifically the talk was, and it was a bit cheesy, we did a kind of higher and lower, you know, which products have higher or lower benefits for staff. Yeah, well received.
Lovely, okay. So around that stuff then, like, which products are good? Like, who should, if you're coming and you're looking for stuff, who should we be looking at?
All right, let me tell you 3 things straight off the bat. You've probably digitalised your HR and payroll. If you haven't, do it. Massive, simple benefits, and I refer to it as firm foundations. You can now build on that. Yeah. What's your first brick you lay after that?
Back to that one, I don't understand how companies can function without payroll, rotoring. How do you do it? Like, so I've got a coffee shop and I have 10 staff in the coffee shop. Without a digital system which does the rotoring, I don't know what on earth I'd do. Because really, I think people can swap shifts. And I'm like, how do you do it for a care home that employs 60 people? It's nuts.
A message to anybody that's viewing this. Excel is not a digital solution. It might be digital, but please, if you're using Excel and things like that, there's something better out there, and they're not necessarily expensive. So please do that first. Yeah. Second, electronic rostering. Okay. You've probably heard of this. It's been around a while now. Instant benefit. It's one of the only digital solutions you can buy that will pay for itself in the first year. The return on investment on a rostering system is phenomenal. First year will pay for itself at least, with multipliers up to 3-4 times. So please procure a rostering system next, and then the one that no one's heard of. salary drawdown solutions.
Okay.
Now, this was really interesting. It allows people, staff, carers, some of the lowest paid people in the UK, to access their wage before payday.
Okay.
I heard the gasp. But there's a way of doing this right. Sadly, so many carers rely on payday loans. It's the sad truth. A salary drawdown solution attaches to your rostering system and your payroll system. Guess why I say do this third?
Yeah.
It will show you on an app how much you've earned on shift. You can press a button, pay £1.60, and that shift's money goes straight into your account.
Yeah.
Now, please don't turn this on for the whole salary. From day one, let me recommend this. Turn it on for overtime shifts.
Okay.
Every overtime shift you work becomes available to cash in before you leave your shift. There are 3 types of care worker that you'll have in your organisation. Those that won't touch it with a barge pole because they feel like, why should I pay to get my money? I'll wait. That's fine. The second group are ones that won't generally use it, but the car fails the MOT. They break their glasses. The washing machine's packed in. They need cash quickly. They will turn to payday loans or friends. Instead, they can work a weekend, cash that money in straight away and pay for it. Those people will really value this kind of technology. And then the third ones are my favourite. They're your staff that are going to go ow ow on a Friday. Prolific users of this technology.
Yeah.
They will work late on a Wednesday, a Thursday, a Friday, and they'll just cash it in quite happily to go out. Work-life balance for your staff. Really important. So, buy those 3 products. It will attract staff. Staff are getting younger and younger year on year. It really attracts and retains those staff. So, great question. Buy those 3 products.
Nice. Okay, perfect. So, well, I'd say one tip then. Do you have a different tip? No, a great tip.
Yeah, look, let me go away from what I do for a living. This is something that I have tried and tested 100 times in social care when I've helped them. You've got amazing staff. Lots of care companies are good at managing their staff, but not many are really good at looking after their staff. So let me give you this one tip, please. If you see a member of staff is starting to be late for shifts, not smiling as much, tired, not interacting with their friends as much, if you pick up on any of these things, without delay, take them for a coffee. Really simple. Don't book in a one-to-one. Don't have the coffee in the care environment. Go to a coffee house nearby, outside of it. Just take them for the coffee. The amount that I have seen come out of people when you do that, you will solve that so much quicker and so much better. Take staff for coffees.
Nice. Perfect. Right. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here with Adam. Hello, Adam.
Hello, you're good. Just as I drink my water, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing? Do you want to tell our audience who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so I'm one half of the Care in View. Most people will know Mark Tops, my colleague. We are an online health and social care platform, chat show, podcasts, free resources, supplier-led website, completely free for everyone in social care. And we do that in our part-time sort of for fun sort of role. And in my day-to-day role, I'm a quality and compliance manager for a group of nursing homes and nominated individual. So really into the throes of social care.
Perfect. So tell us what you're talking about today.
So today we are on employee wellbeing financially. So we've got HSBC joining us on the keynote stage. Last talk of the day, so everyone has to come and listen to it. But it's all about how do we support our employees to manage their finances better? How do we support as employers? What are some of the tips we can provide out there? But we've had a number of talks. So we did a lot yesterday around AI in social care. Not trying to sell anything, but actually, do you understand what AI is and how it can benefit us? We had a really good session around sex in care and having those sort of difficult taboo conversations, breaking down stigmas. Did some talk around the CQC, and again, that was really well received. And then around succession planning, how do we grow our teams and how do we take control of our retention? So if we're worried about our retention levels, how do we make sure that our team leave, but leave on our terms? So it's like, we're not trying to keep you, we want you to go, but we want you to go and go on to better things. So how do we train you to get there and benefit us whilst you're with us? Because then we're owning our retention, and we know that in 3 years you're going to go on to bigger and brighter things. So we start training your replacements now and really taking control of the workforce situation. So it's been really fun.
Yeah,
and obviously sitting and talking to you, which is always a pleasure.
Yeah, of course. Interesting one about managing finances. So I had a chap in yesterday who talked about those kind of wage release programs that you can get as companies. Do you know what that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where do you stand on that?
For me, I understand why they exist and I understand those situations, but I always find that those sort of solutions are very much needed for some people, and I completely get it. But actually, let's root cause analysis this. What's really the problem here, and is it actually getting them access to their wages early? Or is it making sure that they don't need access to their wages early? Because I always feel like if you're always dipping into next month, you're always owing someone, you're always owing someone, you're always owing someone. And with that comes the mental health problem of, well, actually, if I leave my employment now, will I get a full salary because I've already eaten into next month's salary? And how am I going to cope from that transitional period? So it really is, how can we support our employees now to really benefit themselves? And it's nice to throw Christmas parties and it's nice to do this, but actually, can we talk to the tax people? Can we talk around tax relief schemes? Can we provide groceries or essentials or things like that, in a HMRC compliant manner that doesn't overly financially detriment our employees, but actually gives them access to the essentials that they can't really afford anymore. Toilet roll, pack of 12, £10 near me, and I'm Lancashire. It's bonkers. You don't want to have to force people to buy own products or smart price products or single ply toilet roll. Everyone should have access to the same. So it's how do we now work on supporting our employees the best we can, rather than making them feel like they're making do.
Yeah, interesting. What the chap said was to only have it available for overtime shifts. So you've got your set hours, and then actually if you want to work late on a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to pay for your night out at the weekend, great. You can unlock your overtime shifts at the time. When
that's a really good idea.
So it doesn't affect, which I thought was quite interesting. I can understand the pitfalls of that. We've talked about it as a team and whether we really want to do that in terms of giving people the opportunity to create other problems for themselves.
And I suppose you've also got to think around the inclusivity of it. So, someone might be 100% committed to their role, but might be a single parent and just doesn't have the option to do those overtime roles and those overtime shifts. So what are we doing as a company to financially support them as well? I know that person's then doing the work and doing the overtime, but they're able to. So how do we make a financial well-being inclusive for everyone? And there's got to be ways in which we can do it. So
I think it may be just about talking about it more. Really.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll probably be touching a lot on pensions today and understanding. I am finally paying into a pension.
Exciting stuff.
I know. Well, I've just bought a house, which is incredibly expensive.
I like it. I like pensions. I've got my little pension going, and I'm quite interested in it. So people should understand it. I used to, for my sins, work at a big pension fund when I was younger. So from 20, I just was sitting in these meetings where they were like, you should be putting money away now, you should be putting money away. The longer you leave it, the worse it, the more you have to put in. So it's real the earlier people do it, even if it's just a little bit. It's good thing.
So, but no, it's really interesting. HSBC came on our show before, shameless plug, www.thecaringview.co.uk. Everyone can go in and catch it. And they're really, really interesting. They aren't coming with advice because they can't do because of the financial something or other. I don't know. So it's tips only, but they are really, really good, and they have got loads of sort of knowledge that they're bringing with them. So we've got Kay Price joining us from KP Financial Wellbeing, and that is all around the financial wellbeing side for employees and employers. So it's going to be really, really good.
Lovely. So have you got a quick hint or tip you could share with someone in the sector, just something they can do, easy to do, they can do now to help improve everybody's lives? Or their own life, or their team?
Well, I would say engage, but if you're watching this, you're already engaging. It's how do we get this out to the people who aren't engaging? Because engagement is number one. You know, getting involved, getting to know people, building up your networks is really, really important. I will admit we've got a problem. We need to sort out our DSBTs at the moment because not all of them are matching. But because of the work I've been doing and the engaging I've been doing at these networks, I know all the contacts that I need to know to try and get that sorted. So it's really understand what it is. One of the tips I gave out yesterday, especially around the new framework for CPC coming in for getting people prepared, is to watch the news. And I know it sounds really, really odd, but when we had Shipman and we had Winterbourne View, so much changed, and we've recently had Letby. So it's understanding what's going on within the sort of peripherals of our roles as well, and how that might affect us, and how we can sort of relate that to everything that we do. But really, for me, it's just engage and learn. Take every day as a learning day. If you're having a really bad day, just go, I'm learning though. Yeah. You know, I'm learning. If I'm learning, I'm doing something right, and every day is a learning day. So it's around that growth.
The more it hurts, the more you're learning.
Exactly. You know, very twee answer, and I know there's people going there. Yeah, but you've not been a registered manager and you've not done this.
Follow Adam on LinkedIn. Right,
yeah, follow me on LinkedIn. Well, you can do. I don't really post much
Twitter,
at the moment.
Okay.
X.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't do that either now. No, I do LinkedIn. You can get us on LinkedIn. It's easier to go through our website to get in touch with us.
Or the Care and View.
Yeah, the Care and View. Really easy to get in touch with us that way.
So I've got one final big question. So it's age-old debate: orange juice, bits or no bits?
Bits. Nice. And you've got to give it a really good shake, so you get loads and loads of bits. If I'm really mean, I won't shake it. I'll pour my boyfriend his drink, and then I'll shake it and pour mine. Especially if we're coming to the end of the bottle, because then I get more bits. So no, the bits are good.
Nice.
The fibre keeps you regular.
Yeah. And also you said...
Oh yeah, so if you're drinking orange juice for your vitamin C, eat your sprouts, because there's 5 times more vitamin C in sprouts pound for pound. And if we were just discussing that, we're on health kits at the moment and raw foods, juice your sprouts on a cold press, not a machine one. So
juice them?
Yeah, juice your sprouts and then drink it that way, and then you can use the fibre to make like little fritters.
Sounds horrendous.
No, sprout juice is really like broccoli juice. Have you ever juiced broccoli?
I have never juiced broccoli. No,
and you should always eat your broccoli stems as well. So you put your flowers off in a salad.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love a broccoli on a salad.
Yeah.
Get some of that fancy purple long stem one.
Definitely. Well, I don't like water chestnuts, so I will substitute water chestnuts for broccoli stem in a stir fry.
Nice. So it's the health show apparently. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming.
You're most welcome.
Today.
Thank you for having me.
We are now going to go to a short break. Awesome. Thank you. someone else is going to come in and join us. A man, the legend. That is Mr. Daniel Casson. Hello.
I can't let this go without seeing.
So, Daniel, you've asked to join us. I guess you've got some good things to say about this gentleman here. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I just thought, because I've been working with Grime for the past 6 months or so, and obviously it's opened my eyes to so many things. So we just love working together because we've both got an independent view on what's happening in the sector. To say we want to do so much, there's so much potential here. And we just want to keep talking and innovating, doing new things, not being afraid to take things on. And that's some of the atmosphere I'm getting from here today. People are ready for that message.
Yeah, most definitely. So, for anybody who doesn't know Daniel Casson, he is a bit of a legend in the sector already. He's been around for a while, but what Daniel's so fantastic at doing is inspiring people through the use of technology. Please engage him whenever possible, because he's going to really nail that. And you're right, Daniel. Hasn't it been fun? The sector, like I said earlier, we've got this concierge technology lounge. People are coming to us and saying, I'm at the care show today to buy care tech. And I've never heard it said more often than I have at this show today.
But we're guiding them.
Yes.
So, guided innovation. Guiding people to where they need to be. He talks about me as a legend. I've learned so much off the ride because he's got the real knowledge. I just had to put the cherry on the top. And that's why we both work on the care tech guide.
Do you feel like there's we've been through some interesting times in the last sort of 5 years in the care sector. We've had the sort of COVID times, it's still here. We've had energy crisis, and still here. Recruitment crisis, still here. Is the wind changing? Is there something new? Like you're saying, people are coming and saying, we are buying care planning software, we are buying it. Do you feel like there's a change?
There is a massive change. People are ready for new technology. What I'm seeing is, though, we're seeing parts of the market really taking off. We still need to grapple with the issue of people who are publicly funded local authority people accessing the best quality of care. And I think that's still an issue for the sector. We're dealing with a lot of people who take on new technology and bring new ways of caring. I think the message needs to be across the whole sector, not just parts that we're seeing. I mean, is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. It has fundamentally changed. Conversations I've had with people who lead the sector and run care operations, they used to say, why do I need to digitalise? And things like that. But now the dialogue is, where do I start? What's good, bad, ugly? What could go wrong? How do I implement this?
What we're starting to do is trying to prove the value of it.
Yes. It's all about proving that value. And the stakeholders that Daniel just spoke about, some people get it and they've got funding and budget and they can do it on their own. Others are tentative, cautious. They're the ones that need the support.
Like you said, I'd never really thought about that idea of bringing in an organisation to help with that change. I think you and me have had multiple conversations in the past about, great, this software comes in, but if you don't implement it properly, you might as well not even have it. In fact, probably makes your business worse because you've just got this thing that's costing you a load of money and nobody's using it, sitting in a room somewhere, the data's not there, half of the people are not using it, So actually, organisations that fill that gap and help companies, and whether that's one single care home or a group of 10 or a group of 50, I think you need dedicated people thinking about that change management.
I've got questions for Grindr. So when you and Blythe set up guided innovation, did you see that need? Did you see the mushrooming of possibilities in care tech?
So I was a bit naive, a bit cautious. When I set up guided innovation, I set it up to inspire the sector to digitalise. And I said to myself when I did it, Geraint, the day the sector wakes up and realises it needs to digitalise, my company ceases to exist. I couldn't be more wrong.
This is a turkey voting for Christmas here.
What?
It's going to come along once everybody. We're mandated now, right, by 2025 to have care plans.
Yeah, definitely.
So once that's done, then there'll be, we picked the wrong one, let's change.
It's not quite mandated. Yeah. The target is by March 2024 to have 80% of care providers with digital care plans. Okay, that's where we've got to get to.
Not benefits around sensors, not benefits around medication administration, not benefits about robotics.
What's changing? Sorry, we like to talk about.
Yeah.
What's changing is the fact that people are seeing not implementing new technology, that's one side. It's actually changing the way we work. It's actually, now we're seeing the benefits. Digital care planning, for example, is not just doing digitally what you used to do analogically. It's actually changing how you can work. You can be more predictive, you can plan people's day, you can actually take burden off the health sector by creating better quality of life, better ongoing conditions. And that's what we're seeing, a real step change now.
Yeah, it can be easy to forget that when we talk about technology that this ultimately is to give people who need to use care services a better outcome.
Well, not just people who need to use care services, sorry, Kerry, right? People who need to use, it's people actually doing the caring. So whether unpaid carers, professional carers, care teams, management teams, it's them that are also benefiting as well. We look at technology and how people are recruiting, saying we're technology based here, and that's bringing a new cadre of people into. I don't talk about the care sector. Adam Purnell told me not to talk about the care sector. We're not a sector, we're a community. Into the care community.
Love that. Love that.
Love it.
A massive piece of advice to kind of sum this up is, if you procure a technology, install it, turn it on, put data in it, train my staff, that's not going live on a piece of technology. You're not live until you have reimagined the way you deliver care, your internal processes, your models of care. Exactly. Now that you're equipped with that tech, now you're equipped with EMOD, rostering, care planning, robotics, sensors, reimagine.
Can I tell you one thing? We're in the States. I was in the States with Vic Raid.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We have another speaker. Hiya.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Really, really well, thank you.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Sure, so I am Ashleigh. I am a nurse by background and also the Transforming Care Director at Catalyst Care Group.
Awesome. What have you been talking about today?
Today, I spoke about a topic that I think is relevant to everyone across the sector, and I think that it is something that has almost become a forgotten truth. So I spoke about how we can move as a sector from a medical model of disability through to a social model, and then look forward into a human rights-based model of care.
Lovely. And how was that received by the audience? What sort of topics did you dig into?
I think it was received really well. I think there is a real appetite for providing care based on humanity, and I think that there is a real recognition that this is how care should be delivered. So it was really, really great, and I think that some of the questions that were asked sparked the imagination of a few people out there in the audience, so it was fab.
And how does it kind of differ from adult care given now? Can you give an example to kind of highlight how it would work?
Yeah, sure. So many, many years ago, we started providing healthcare through the lens of a medical model of care, and that was all about people being seen as the problem. So if you have a disability, if you have an impairment, if you have a care need, that need or that deficit needs to be treated before you can become fully a part of our society. And then in recent years, we have seen the emergence and then the implementation of the social model of disability, which is all about removing barriers in society for people who need that. And I think that we can go a step further into a more human rights-based model, where actually what really matters is that human-to-human interaction. We've got all of these systems, all of these policies that all look great on the tin, but it's about what happens at ground level. So it's just in every interaction, and I think that we're at a point where we all need to take personal ownership for everyone that we're supporting, and also the people around us, because the workforce are ultimately the people that are going to be delivering that care.
I suppose, is it about recognising that care is really complicated and all about that individual, and really, really tailoring it around what that individual's needs are, whether they're 98 and bedbound or 23 and having to live in a supported living facility? Is that kind of how you would approach that?
Absolutely. So everything needs to start with the person, and our systems and our structural society doesn't always support that or help that, and I think that we've created this system with the best intentions, but very unintentionally over time, where we are seeing things like funding cuts, we are seeing staffing shortages, a lack of education on what human rights actually mean, and that's all feeding into this mindset that we can't be as personalised as we should be. So yes, care is complicated, but it all starts, the foundation, to become a care worker, you have to care about humanity. So I think a lot of it is about remembering why you chose to come into the care sector when you're facing difficulties.
Lovely. So, I forgot what my second question was. Do you remember what I said my second question was? I've spoken to a lot of people today, and I haven't had enough coffee, and my brain isn't working. You are going to give me a hint or a tip from the care sector.
I am going to give you a hint or a tip.
I'm super professional, I promise. So a hint or a tip for someone in the care sector that might help improve their daily life, or someone around them.
So my tip is for care managers and care leaders who are going into their services and they are putting the needs of the people that organisation is caring for first. It sounds counterintuitive, but actually if you focus on the people directly delivering that care and support, the rest will take care of itself. So focus on your people. As a leader, that's your job. So that's my tip. Start with the people that you're managing and leading.
Perfect. And the last question, which is the really big one. Orange juice, bits or no bits?
No bits. Definitely no bits.
Interesting. Thank you very much for coming to see us today.
Welcome.
Thank you. We are now going to a quick break.
My name's Carl. I'm the Associate Sales and Marketing Director at Boutique Care Homes. We have 3 operational homes in Surrey, Kent and Suffolk, and we have 6 homes on the way.
Nice.
So we're going to be busy the next few years. So,
Lovely.
yeah.
So you've been here doing a talk today. I did pop
Yes.
along and see, and it was packed, and everyone was spilling out to the sides.
Yes, yeah.
What were you talking about?
It was quite intimidating, yeah, but we were talking about how to attract clients to your business, which I guess sort of now that we're sort of firmly through that sort of post-pandemic era is becoming more and more prevalent to care operators, whether you've got one home or you've got 100 homes. You know, we're all trying to find new ways of bringing inquirers and residents to our communities.
Yeah. So what were the things coming out of the conversations? What should people be doing?
Yeah, well, I mean, we covered a lot. I mean, we needed a full day on this, really, York. But we talked about inquiry management and getting the fundamentals right, getting back to basics around making sure that we are, answering inquiries promptly, that when they come through, that we're responding. We talked about community engagement and events. We talked about online marketing as well. So it was a real eclectic mix of different tidbits for the audience to hopefully take away some useful learning. Yeah.
I've been looking into or finding out a lot of information recently about local networking. Right? So I bought a coffee shop last year, and I tried all the normal things that one tries when they market their business. It wasn't really clicking, and then I suddenly just started kind of networking locally, going to like there was a local event where they asked me to come and do an afternoon talk. It was for like a local volunteer group, and I really started, all of my marketing became local focused. So really started to make a difference, and I think there's a lot of games are missing out on this. Someone in your home should be making an active effort to engage in the local community.
Honestly, should be the single most important part of your marketing strategy is your local community engagement. Digital sources, PPC, paid advertising will only get you so far. But if you look at the inquiry mix of a mature home, 50-60% of all of those inquiries will come from word of mouth local knowledge. And the sooner that you can get out into that community, the sooner you'll start generating those inquiries again. And it's about looking at a way that how, as a business, not what they can do for you, but what you can do for them ultimately. How can you give back to that community and make an impact ultimately?
Because ultimately, a lot of homes will have resources to do things like events and things like that. I think if you work for a care home, you should be going to local business networking events.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and there'll be, if you look up the Federation of Small Businesses or business bars, just Google business networking groups night out. They're normally an hour and a half on a Tuesday morning.
It doesn't take much time out of your day, does it?
And there'll be 40 people there, and I guarantee half of them in the room will have had some experience or know someone that's had experience in the care sector, and they'll be great advocates for you locally.
Absolutely.
Really important.
I mean, we were talking about being responsive as part of this panel, and if you're the first care home out of the block in your local area to start going to business networking events, to actually physically go down to the wards, and be there, you're going to be the first point of call for anybody moving forward, and it can be really intimidating, looking at your community and going, well, where do I start? But actually, in your care homes, you're going to have 30, 40, 50, 70 people working there. And each one of those people are going to have a social life. They're going to be part of associations and clubs. They're going to be members of the WI or the Masons or the Chess Club, or whatever it might be. So start by going back to your homes and going, right, let's do an audit of all of our team. Let's find out what they're involved in. Let's find out what they're interested in, and then use that to go, well, actually, Jimmy's part of the, is part of the Rotary Club. Let's go meet them. Or, Sandra's part of the WI. Let's get an introduction through him, through her, and then, that's where you can start.
Local sports clubs, cricket clubs, football clubs, and a lot of these things will cost no money to be involved in, or you do a little sponsorship thing and you pay 50 quid to be in the local magazine. It's not exactly. Big money stuff.
It's not at all. And I think as I said earlier, if you're looking at what you can give back. So we talked on the panel about obviously how during the pandemic a lot of these community groups closed down for either lack of membership or lack of venue. Charwell House, our home down in Broadstairs, they met with a local sight loss club who were like a lunch club, and they were going around different venues and not necessarily had the funding to do it every month. So we offered up our home to be a bi-monthly venue for them to come in and have a free course meal. Yes, we charge them sort of £10-15 just to cover our costs, but we put on entertainment, they have a full free course lunch, and it's helping that group be sustainable longer term. Even so that we another great example is we worked with the local sort of folk festival and created the first ever dementia-friendly folk festival, folk event at that event, and that's given back to the community because people, just because you're diagnosed with dementia doesn't mean you can't still be involved in your community, and to have an event which was really dementia-friendly, slightly quieter music, slightly lighter in terms of the environment. So busy.
In fact, it's probably more important than ever that they should be involved in the local community to give a sense of purpose. And in my coffee shop, we get lots of people who come in with their parents who've got who've suffered with dementia, and really helpful part of their routine when they come in. So, leading on nicely, then, one piece of advice for someone. I mean, maybe
blimey. One top tip. This is tricky. Well, I mean, I think. We can talk about events, we can talk about community engagement. Those subjects are covered quite well at the moment. But I think we need to get back to basics as a sector in terms of our inquiry management. When you get an inquiry through, pick up the phone. And if they've turned around to you and said, "Oh, we're not interested at the moment, maybe looking in a few months' time," keep following up. Follow up when you're say you're going to get a future date booked in the diary for the next time. Just be proactive, stay engaged, and just stay on top of that pipeline, and you'll grow your business and you'll grow your residents.
Sort out the inquiry management system.
Follow up
coming
every
from
time.
the director of sales and
Coming from
marketing,
a sales director,
no,
exactly.
I think, like I said, it's really important. Ultimately,
it's what I want.
Care homes are commercial entities. They need to be successful to be able to put money back in to make the care better.
Because at the end of the day, if you're not picking up the phones to your inquiry, my team will be. So, at the end of the day, you've got to be first out the block. It is a competitive market. Yes, there are a lack of beds in the sector, but there's only a finite number of people looking for care at any one time, and you need to be responsive to win that business ultimately.
Lovely. Well, thanks very much for coming.
Thank you, York.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio, and we have another speaker with us. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm brilliant, thank you very much. Do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yep, my name is Sonia Rai. I am the founder and director of Nectar HR. We are an outsourced HR service for any kind of business in the UK, but we predominantly focus on health and social care.
Fab. So, do you want to tell us what you've been talking about today?
Yes, so I had a panel talking about AI.
Yeah.
So lots of different kind of conversations going on about different aspects of AI, but I'm really coming at it from the employment and the employee side of things. AI is this whole new thing that's more and more kind of coming into the forefront in any kind of organisation, but a lot of people don't understand the employment impacts of AI, how it impacts employees, the concerns around discrimination, the data that's being fed into AI, but also your employees using AI in the workplace. So, you know, are you happy for your employees to use AI? What kind of AI?
We don't draft policies in our company with AI. We don't.
So yeah, well, you need to.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It just helps us get the ball rolling. We don't take what it says as a given, but we then use that as a foundation. Yeah.
So we're now we're drafting AI policies for clients, and we're finding out where they want to sit on the absolutely no AI being used at work to the AI that we're providing, or go ahead and use Google Bard and ChatGPT to do half your job.
I wonder what happens if you ask AI to create a policy about AI. Will it sort of implode?
To be honest with you, I think there's been quite an interesting video where somebody is talking to ChatGPT, and then the questions that ChatGPT is asking, they've got it recorded, so it's talking to itself. A lot of the stuff that AI throws out is very, very generic. There's a lot of Americanisms in there because it's mainly being used in America at the moment. So you need to be really, really careful with using it and how you use it, but it can be very discriminatory. So a typical example is a couple of years ago, Amazon found that their AI recruitment and selection sifting of applications was actually biased, and it was discriminatory towards women because they have a lot of male applicants applying for their jobs. So the data that was going in was then driving and being more favourable to men than females, basically. So you need to be really mindful when it comes to things like AI. So yeah, lots of talk around employees, AI, disciplinaries around AI. You know, we need to start thinking about expectations, having those conversations with employees and being really open, but also talking to suppliers around the data sets behind their AI platforms and really digging in deep and drilling down to understanding what that means for your organisation. And then some other talks, different talks for me, in all honesty. So paper versus digital, and how to bring employees along on the change of if you're moving from paper to digital and what that means. So, you know, kind of change projects in your organisation. And then also intimacy. So, you know, if you are having those conversations in your organisation, which, let's be honest, you should be, if you're in a service and you're looking after people, intimacy is going to come up. But then how we enable and empower the workforce to feel comfortable with those conversations in the workplace, and how we set those expectations and those standards. So that's, again, a very interesting one from an employment perspective. And then finally, strikes in social care, and what does that look like, and how can we potentially prepare for that, the legalities of striking in social care, and how we could potentially prepare for if our workforce was to strike. You know, what can we do, what can't we do, what's the best way to kind of reach some kind of agreement before we ever got to that stage.
So it really is a diverse range of topics, isn't it?
Yeah.
From AI to strikes. So there's a lot of kind of things going on in thoughts going on in the sector at the moment, and lots of things like that. And we can make a video on each of those, right? We can sit and have a 10-minute conversation about each of those areas. So it's really fascinating stuff. But what I'm going to ask you now is, could you help the sector, someone watching this, be able to kind of just do something in their daily life now that might help improve the sector?
I would say it's gratitude. So we actually run some training around this when we're how to deliver feedback. But gratitude is so important, and if you look at lots of employee engagement surveys, if we're measuring how employees are feeling in the workplace and what they want in their workplace in terms of benefits, sometimes, well, most of the time, salary isn't the number one factor. There's other things that are higher up on the list, and one of those is about the environment that you're working in. And a lot of that comes down to, I just feel like I'm not seen in my workplace, or something that I'm doing, there's no kind of gratitude for it. So we're really big. I make a point of it when I'm with the team, the Net to HR team, of always saying thank you at the end of the day. Thank you for your time. Thank you for doing that. I actually make a point of writing it in every single email that I send before my kind regards and my sign off. Or if I can verbally, I think just saying thank you for someone's time, someone's effort, the recognition around that, and we can build that so easily into every day.
I think you've got to mean it, right? Like,
Absolutely.
so okay, you can add this as a generic thing and make sure you text people every day to say thank you or say thank you to them. But I think you've got to feel it in your heart, otherwise it doesn't work. So when in my coffee shop or with the team here, like, I genuinely am thankful that they've decided to trust me, to pay their salary, to come and work with me, and I'm grateful that they're here, and genuinely grateful, rather than kind of, and I think a lot of business owners might not necessarily feel like that about their team, and I think that's the whole different issue to work through for business owners, right?
That then is culture, and you and I have spoken before about how you need to, as a business owner or a manager, convey that to your team. So when I have a new team member start, I make welcome packs that are based on the little that I may know about them before they're starting, and I actually say thank you. It's in our induction. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being part of our team. We're growing. We're really excited about the service that we deliver, and that you want to be part of that journey with us. And I think so many great things can happen when you are genuine and you have that attitude of gratitude. Basically.
So genuinely feel thankful for the work your team do as part of what they deliver for you.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So then our last question, big debate, orange juice, bits or no bits?
For me, bits.
Yes. Right, that's the correct answer.
Yeah.
It's a dividing debate in Five on a Bike at the moment.
Really?
So, it's not a consensus. And,
wow.
some people might be losing their jobs.
I
don't know, actually. Should I ask HR?
No.
Okay.
That's definitely not objective.
Thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you so much.
We are going to a short break now. We'll be back soon with the next speaker. Cool, thank you. All done? That was good, wasn't it? Yeah, we could do. So, like, HR is so interesting, as it covers so many areas. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here with Jay. Hi Jay.
Hi, York, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
Yeah, really well, thank you, really well.
Do you want to introduce yourself? Let us know who you are and what you do.
Sure, I'm Jay from Serene Care. My partner Polly and I co-founded Serene Care about 8 years ago. We're in the process of buying our 5th home at the moment, so it's been a journey for us. Our background comes from investment banking, so it's quite different to come into care, but we really enjoyed it and we love the sector and we think there's a lot of potential in it.
Lovely. And what have you been speaking about over the last couple of days?
So I've had the fortune to speak on a couple of topics. One was to do with ESG in care, which is, everybody's really talking about it, but don't really understand what ESG is. It was with a couple of really well-known panelists. So we had Derek from Virgin Money and we had Deborah from Bevan Britain. So they brought in a lot of different perspectives and Derek's actually got a Virgin Money on, which is the finance side and the investment side, which is really interesting. But he also, what I found out, is a board member for a residential living accommodation for senior living in Scotland, the biggest one in Scotland. And so he had a lot of perspective from that side as well. And obviously Deborah from the due diligence and legal side of it. They asked me to chair that, and that was an experience for me because I've never chaired a panel. And I didn't realize how difficult it is to chair. Speaking is easy.
Yeah, chairing is difficult.
So you do a really good job.
You've got to cut people off and you've got to move the conversation on. And
just like to link everything in.
Yeah.
And I think Toby was great in coaching me on how to chair, so I think it went quite well. And then we just had a panel this morning for Developer about optimization your business digitally to make it run better. And that one, Polly and I did together jointly, and that was our first panel that we've actually done together as well, so that was quite fun. It's been a great show. And I mean, honestly, like the buzz and like just meeting friends, seeing you guys makes it worthwhile.
Oh, lovely. Any key topics or themes that are coming out from those that would be interesting for people?
Yeah, I think ESG, take a small step on the journey because there's so much you can do. Anything you do, if you have it in mind that you can tick one of the boxes in a way, but also it's not just about ticking those boxes, it's literally going to become, rather than being forced on you, if you make that journey early on. From our perspective as small providers, we've been forced on the journey in a way because we bought a home which is entirely electrically heated, and that's great from an environment perspective, not so great from a cost perspective with Ukraine. So we've had to put in solar panels, wind turbines, charging ports, things like that, batteries, and actually we've been able to do it in a cost positive manner, so that because even with the fully funded, our cost per kilowatt of electricity is coming in at 12p on the solar side, whereas we're paying 20p to the grid. So it's a no-brainer, and it takes a lot of the environmental side of what we're trying to get to as well. So it's been a really great journey that way.
That's really interesting. I guess if it makes it easy from a kind of investment perspective. And I know there is funds.
I mean, payback's fantastic and very quick, but the fact that you would have bought that electricity anyway at a higher price means that you don't even look at the payback side of the capital cost. Just look at what your running costs, operating costs are, and it immediately nets off.
So you covered your whole home with solar panels.
We've optimized it and maximized it because even though there's a bit of like technicality, shading issues and things like that, if you put optimizers in, you can make the system run efficiently. Get batteries in, not too many because it's expensive, but enough so that if you've got excess solar, you're not losing that. But then you can charge those batteries on night rates as well. So first thing in the morning, drain those batteries. But my night rate's 15p, day rate's 25p. Blended average comes down to 20-23p effectively.
Nice, okay. It's good to see that like owners of care homes are on top of this stuff.
I think everything has to be driven. Like care side is the most important thing, obviously, because we're there for our residents. But if you're not got a handle on your financing and on your cash flows, if you don't know how much you're spending, then you could have the best care home in the world. And if it's not profitable, it's not sustainable.
Did you say wind turbine as well?
We're looking at putting in wind turbines.
That'd be quite cool. I love wind turbines. So I love wind turbines. I think
but
they
look
look
like the massive ones.
Yeah.
It's like the small ones they can put on a roof.
They're sort of 1.5 kilowatts or something with it.
That's it. But you put a few on them because we've got one of the homes has a large amount of wind, but in the winter they won't have that much solar in it. So other ways to find it. Another thing we're doing is looking at air source heat pumps, and we're doing it in communal lounges at the moment because every bedroom would be too expensive. But it's really good because not only do you save a bit on your heating costs and things, but also you can make them air conditioning in the summer. And with global warming and the summers we are having, it's really crazy. When you have those intense heat waves, at least your residents can be comfortable in those lounge areas, and so that when it cools down, you can move them into bedrooms and cater for them there. But you can give them that immediate comfort rather than having fans blasting everywhere.
Is there some good funds that you can point people towards? I know, for example, in Buckinghamshire where I am, there's a match fund scheme. You spend up to 20,000, they'll match a third of it? Is there
so a lot of local authorities do have funding for environmental stuff, but sometimes care homes doesn't fall within it, and that's all to do with their SIC codes or your industry codes on Companies House.
Okay.
And so what they say is sometimes care home falls between residential and commercial, between the stool. So they've got resi funds we don't qualify for, they have commercial funds we don't qualify for. What we've had to do is actually go down a different route, which is asset funding route.
Okay.
So you can get asset funding terms from like 3, 5, 7 years, depending on how long you want it for. Longer you go, the better the rate. The shelf life of a solar system is meant to be 20 years. Payback for us is 2 years.
Oh wow, 2 years.
Well, because of Ukraine. It was 5 years before Ukraine. 2 years after Ukraine.
Yeah.
And it might be between that once things normalize, if they ever will.
Yeah.
But even with 100% funding over a 5 to 7 year term, like I said, our pence per kilowatt for solar will break back to 10 to 12p. My cost on the grid for the same electricity is 20 to 25p.
Yeah.
So irrespective, it's a no-brainer.
And I guess even though...
if you get, if you get it fully funded, then you're not putting in anything, so there's no capex around it, and you're paying less for the same electricity that you would have bought from the grid.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And I guess even if the price of electricity does ultimately come down, you're still doing the right thing.
Yeah, but also if they come down, before Ukraine we were paying 7p, so okay, it'll be a bit more, but will it come down to those levels again? And how long will it take to normalise? If after 2 years it comes down to those levels, I've already paid for my system, right?
And then you still won't,
and then you've still got the free electricity thereafter.
Oh, brilliant. So one hint or tip for anyone in the care sector, something they could do?
I would say it's about digitisation now more than anything else. We're scaling up. But the only way we can scale up is by going digital in every aspect of it. So the first thing, I know a lot of people already have a care planning system, or if you haven't got that, definitely get that.
Yeah.
But look at maybe a care management system rather than a planning system. So that means it does planning, but also does other modules like rotas, staff modules, invoicing, like everything kind of talks to each other really well. So that's been a game changer. That was the first step we took.
I assume you have a digital rostering system.
Yeah, CareVision. We use them everywhere.
How on earth would you run a care home without one of those? I don't know.
We did for 7 years. It was all Excel, rotas, and counting the number of staff manually to make sure you're not over or understaffing.
Yeah.
But now, with those systems, any changes, the staff member gets an alert on their phone. Your shifts might have changed suddenly, or there's a shift available. Can you please help out? And goes to everyone, and people pick up. Our agency spend zero.
Yeah.
But that's also part of Quality's culture in the homes, part of the technology, talking together.
Yeah.
So digitization, but also not only stick to care, look at other sides of it. We've got a spend system as well. That's been a game changer where we've given our key staff members their own kind of personal prepaid debit cards. It's all controlled centrally. They've got very strict limits, so they can't abuse the system. But it means that I'm not spending and buying everything like I used to.
So in terms of they can then get something that's needed without having to seek
so it's been a game changer. Like literally the maintenance person will be like, I need this urgently. I'm at the show right now, but they've got a card on site, they can go and spend on that. There's a facility.
And it might just be a washer. From like
exactly, but it's a big deal. If there's a leak going on and they don't have it, you have to get it. And then there were so many times they're like, "Oh, I had to spend my own money. Can you be reimbursed?" Why do you expect your staff to be spending their money for you?
Yeah.
It shouldn't be the case.
So I think that's a great tip. So look into prepaid.
So we use Voluntary,
cards,
which is fantastic. They've worked really well for us with the care sector to make it care efficient.
Nice and easy for them to submit receipts and stuff, I assume.
Exactly, and also we get an immediate email every time they spend. So if they're going crazy, I can anything above £100 I look at. Anything less than that, I don't care anymore. But they have limits. But also it integrates with QuickBooks, which is a game changer in that side, because now the reconciliation, if they've spent money from the company funded wallet, which is like ring-fenced amount that we give Voluntary to use for this, so it'll be like £1,000 or whatever, and then you top it up, then immediately QuickBooks will know where they spent it, so that when your invoice reconciling, you've skipped like 3 steps to get to that stage.
We use Capital on Tap, so
card,
perfect, and then everyone's got their own card.
Very similar. But that's one of the second tips, and then the third tip is, I think your staff are your biggest resource. Look after them, make sure you recognise them, develop them, and if you're loyal to them, they'll be loyal to you.
Perfect. And then the last question, the really big one.
Of course,
Orange juice, bits or no bits?
It has to be with bits. Absolutely.
That's the correct answer.
I had to think about that one, but no.
Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you very much for having me.
And brilliant. Thank you. Right, we're going for a short break, and we'll be back soon with Ben Miller, who is waiting in the wings. Thank you.
Was it live?
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here with Ben. Hi Ben.
Hi you all.
How are you doing?
Really well, thanks. This has been what a show so far. It's amazing.
Good. Right, do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us who you are and what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm Ben Miller. I'm registered manager of Castleford House Nursing Home, which is part of Milkwood Care in Gloucestershire. This is my second care show. It's the first time I've done both days. I was here being a tourist yesterday, just going around living life, and now I've been a speaker, seen a few panels today, and it's been absolutely fantastic.
Nice. So what have you been talking about?
So I was at the keynote stage talking about mental health, mainly for leaders, and my experiences. I had quite a bad mental health episode, a breakdown, 2021, early 2021. A lot of work getting on top of me, a lot of problems, a lot of issues, had a breakdown, and I talked about how that has, one, made me stronger, two, made me a better leader, and three, how I'm trying to use that experience to support the people that I work with to help benefit them, their mental health, their mental well-being, and also try to avoid getting myself in that situation again.
Well, thanks very much first off for sharing it, right? Because it must be a difficult thing to do, to kind of, and there's still stigma around mental health, which there shouldn't be, and I guess part of what you're trying to do is unpick that and show people that. I was talking to someone before about how leadership in the past has always been about being positive and being strong, whereas actually I think there is space for vulnerability, and actually if you don't allow that space, your team won't understand there is space for that.
Being a guy on that panel as well was difficult. I was the only guy on the panel, and it's interesting because I think that's one of the things I can hopefully get other people, maybe you even, to relate to, is being a guy, I suppose, as a leader who's strong, tough, and before I had my episode, I was leading by example, no annual leave, crawling in off my deathbed to go into work. During a pandemic, I worked 49 days in a row. The 50th was my birthday, so I took that off. I was doing so much, going OTT, and just burnt myself out. And that experience makes me, I believe, a lot more congruent to people. I'm able to sit and relate to people on a much higher level than I was. And mental health is a lot more prevalent. COVID, awareness is going on. I think when I took over 7 years ago, someone was depressed, you went, get on with it, you're depressed. Whereas now people are depressed and they go, I'm depressed. Oh, but there's this, I could have anxiety, I could have depression, like this, and they just implode almost because there's so much awareness around it now, they can't just get on with it. So I'm able to use my experience to try and support people as much as possible, because if you have a healthier workforce physically and emotionally, you provide better standards of care.
Where do you think that came from for you in terms of that those 49 days in a row? I guess there must have been points in there where you went, this is silly, I should stop working.
No, do you know what? No, I didn't, because even when I was really tired and struggling, I'd just be there going, I've got to be seen, I've got to have people seeing that I'm here. There were days where I would go in on a Sunday morning, I'd be in at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'd sit in my office and I'd just be like, I'd be exhausted, and I'd be going, I don't even need to be here. I don't. But I'm here to show to show people that I am the leader and that I am here and I am doing this and that I can do it. And I'd be exhausted, and then I wouldn't be sleeping, and I'd be getting over emotional, snapping at people, and you just kind of go, I'm just a bit tired, I'll go to bed a bit earlier. And it wasn't the sort of thing that having a couple of days rest would have solved. It was something that needed, I had therapy, and I needed to take a long hard look at myself, and eventually had quite a good couple of weeks off really to re-energise and recuperate. As I said, being a man, that was really tough as well, because you do feel worse off for it, and for lack of a better word. But it was an experience, like I said, I feel it makes me more relatable, and also I'm learning baby steps. One of the things we got asked in the panel was, what are you doing to overcome these issues so that you don't experience it again? And I'm still not there yet. I am still trying really hard to show that I'm a bigger and better person. I'm aware that I need to be vulnerable, and I'm a lot better than I was 2 or 3 years ago, but it's still a learning process. I'm still going through that process, still learning, and I'll get there one day, where I've got essentially perfect mental well-being maybe. But at the moment, I'm just...
Does anybody, right?
Well, maybe not, but I'm working on it.
I agree. It's so difficult as a man to be... I know it's difficult for women too, right? But to be vulnerable, and it's difficult to understand where that pressure comes from, because some of it's internal, right? Some of it is like the voice inside your own head saying, but then that pressure's come from somewhere, so it's either come from how you've been brought up or the society in general, and hopefully as people start coming out and saying that I don't feel good, we have an interesting sort of, I say, system in our team where we talk about mental health and we sort of say, how are you feeling today on a scale of 1 to 10? And it's a bit kind of clumsy and imprecise, but it does help. I remember one of my team said to me, "Oh, where are you?" And I said, "I'm a 4." And actually that then helps, and I'd not articulated that to anybody at that point, and that helps me go, why am I saying that actually? Because, just having it as part of the conversation, I think will start to help change.
People want to be listened to more than anything else. That's one of the things I discussed is that how Karolina, who I was talking with, has brought up a great image, is how can I help you, or how would you like to be helped? Because as a leader especially, someone comes to you and goes, oh, this isn't good, this is bad, I'm not happy with this. And as a leader, your instinct is to go, right, take some holiday, I'll bring that person in, I'm going to do that and I'm going to do that. And actually, sometimes I just want to come in and go, this is really rubbish, and just vomit their problems to you and then leave. And that's all they want, and they don't want you to be there interrupting them. Have you taken holiday? Have you tried this? Have you tried speaking to this person? They just want to be heard, and then they just want to get on with their day because they feel better for offloading. And it's working out, and this has helped me, because when I have my problems, if I'd have gone to someone and gone, I'm struggling, and they'd have gone, okay, do this, go and see a therapist, have you tried this, drink some more tea, exercise, I'd have just been like, don't want to talk anymore because you're not helping me.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because again, like if you're not in the right place mentally, and then people, and as a leader, you need to be able to help people unload their problems, and then you've got to absorb that. And if you aren't capable of absorbing that, again, it doesn't help you get an effective leader, does it? Well, thanks very much for sharing all that with us. I think if you've got any hints or tips that you could give people, do some exercise, have a cup of tea, or whatever it is.
I think it sounds really easy, but listening is the most important. I think as a leader, our instinct is to go in there and try and resolve these problems. Sometimes there are some people that just can't be helped for a start, and sometimes they want to be heard, they want to be listened to. You can't fix everyone, and more importantly, you can't try and help someone if you can't help yourself first. So you need to have that congruence of being able to say to people at some point, I know where you are, because my example is always, I was in a hole. My emotions were all the way up there at the hole. I couldn't see the top of the hole. I was numb in this pit at the bottom, and I couldn't see any way out. And a lot of people relate to that. So listening, congruence, and asking people how you can help them is really important.
There's some speakers going off in the
Yeah,
obviously. In television, often what we have to do is pivot from quite a serious subject to a silly one. So I'm going to do this pivot beautifully now and just manoeuvre from kind of really something serious and deep to, orange juice. What's your preference, bits or no bits?
If I'm having breakfast, I'll have it with bits. If you've got a full English breakfast, I'll have it with bits. If I'm going to the shop to buy it, like Tropicana or something, it's going to be no bits.
Okay, interesting. So you like both. There you go. Well, thank you so much for coming in today and sharing with us, Ben. It's been really interesting talking to you, and it's really great to hear leaders in the care sector coming out and talking about mental health, because it's such an important part of it. Thank you. Cheers, Ben. Thank you. So we are handing over to Alex now, who's out in the show, no doubt doing something a bit crazy.
It has been so busy today. We've been actually rushed off our feet. York has had so many interviews. We've been speaking to loads of people out and about. But we are going to head off for lunch now. We're going to have a quick short break. And we'll see you guys shortly. Bye!
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here with the next speaker, Dudley. Hello, Dudley.
How are we doing there?
Yeah, good man, how are you?
Not too bad, yeah, it's been interesting. It's been a busy few days. But yeah, really good footfall coming through here, so it shows that care is still a vibrant area and business to be in.
Do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Pardon?
Do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
So my name's Dudley Sawyer. I'm here with Care Vision, one of the leading software suppliers in health and social care. So we're care software, as I like to call it. So we provide software and care management records for care providers from nursing home, residential, supported living. So yeah, that's one of the things I do. I also support the sector and speak on different areas, anything from recruitment, retention, mental health, well-being, and one of my specialities is diversity and inclusion as well.
Lovely. So what have you been talking about today then?
So I was on a keynote sort of stage at the moment, and one of the things we were looking at is international recruitment. And international recruitment, for those who don't know, is probably one of the most biggest growing areas in this sector. It's so big that with the Home Office, 50% of people coming into the country came into sort of health and social care. So I think their number was about 50,000 members of staff have come into the sector over the last year from overseas.
Wow.
Yeah.
50,000?
50,000.
Oh, that's a lot.
Well, I mean, it's a lot, but if we consider the amount...
Yeah, maybe it's a percentage, maybe it's not. It sounds like it's one of those things. Is it a big number?
But it's a very big number.
Yeah.
Very big number. And I think one of the areas I think that I look at as well when we look about inclusion and diversity is that it's not only when they're coming into the country, the Home Office will give you a set of rules that you have to jump through, process with, but what we're finding is that once people come to the country, the simple things of making food, where to live, the pastoral care of actually keeping them there, you know, is really important. So being homesick when someone sent you to another country and you haven't, you know, trying to settle in is probably one of the most hardest things to do.
I've been talking to a few people about that today, about the kind of idea that overseas recruitment is a silver bullet, but ultimately if you weren't good at recruiting people before, overseas recruitment's not going to solve your problem. It's your process and the way you treat people. And if you can't keep hold of team members that live in the UK, it's infinitely more complicated to help someone who comes from overseas, right? Because you've got all those other bits to do.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, and part of what we're talking about wasn't just about international recruitment, it was also about getting younger people into the sector. So I think there is a big issue, not just about just recruitment, but retention as well. So we're looking at how to keep people in here. I'm sure you've heard people say, how do we make social care sexy, but how do we make it attractive? I think it's been open that there are lots of different, so we're talking about just the younger generation. It's actually showcasing not just being a care worker, but the range of different types of roles you can have in there. There's technology, you can work in admin, HR, you can work at the DH, you can work, there's so much more available, and I think it can be exciting. Social media in itself is an area that our sector hasn't really developed and touched upon, so actually that as well. So I think thinking about things like that is really key, and I think it's on us as a sector to help develop that, the same way it's on us as a sector when someone's coming in from another country to help them settle in. So I think it's important.
Yeah, and I think what we often underestimate is the idea that working in social care is a poorly paid job across the board, whereas actually I know people in their late 20s, early 30s who are running care homes which are £2 million businesses and getting paid significant salaries, 60, 70, 80,000 pounds a year to look after those homes. They've got lots of responsibility, they're in a position of authority and importance, and actually that is a route that is available for people coming into the sector.
I think you've touched that's really an important point. I think what there was, I was at a round table meeting with hospitality and sort of health and social care, and what they were trying to say was a lot of people, maybe in the summer holidays, students will go and work in pubs or maybe other areas as well, but actually you can work in for example, care home or a care facility and then an organisation, and you can earn similar money. You don't, you can probably have meals, you know, and still come home and still enjoy a good level of life. So I think it still can be attractive, and it's a vocation, it's a skill set which you can take and use forever.
Absolutely. So have you got a piece of advice or a tip, a hint you can give people in the sector just to help them with their daily lives?
So, I mean, it's quite interesting, just from the international people coming from abroad, overseas workforce, one of the biggest issues and concerns was making tea. It was quite funny how they struggle how to make tea. There's been various things of the best way to make tea, so I would say probably a good piece of advice, especially for anyone bringing those from abroad, is A, make sure in part of your sort of onboarding and pastoral care, get them to make sure they know how to make a good cup of tea.
Okay.
Yeah? And also as well, make sure, even though people love sandwiches, that meat doesn't have to be hot. And one of the stories was that some workers would usually put sandwiches in a microwave because they believe anything with meat in it has to be hot. So you can have cold sandwiches. So those two things will get you a lot further along.
Great advice. And then one final question for you. Orange juice. With bits, without bits?
I'm afraid to say anyone has got to have bits in their orange juice. That sweetness has to be maintained, and being it with the bits is a genuine orange juice. I can't trust anything without the pulp, sorry. It's just not good enough for me.
It's the correct answer, Dudley. It's the correct answer. Thank you very much for coming in to see us today.
No problem.
Cheers.
No
Enjoy
problem.
the rest of your day.
Will do.
So, thank you to Dudley, and we will be back shortly. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here with another speaker. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Would you like to introduce yourself? Let us know who you are and what you do.
Yep, my name is Breingan and I'm the head of health and social care lending at Virgin Money.
Lovely.
And I'm also on the board of Beeld Housing Association, which is a housing association that provides properties for older people.
Right, okay, interesting. So what have you been talking about today then?
Today I'm going to talk about how do you develop a care home and how do you finance that and the considerations that you should really think about. And yesterday I spoke about ESG and its application in retirement living and properties of that nature.
I guess that's quite a hot topic at the moment in the sector. Sector is still being hit by high energy levels, high energy bills and things like that. So what type of things are going on? What funds are available for people? How easy or difficult is it to get money for green projects then?
So I think it's an evolving picture in the social care market. I think we've been unfortunately being a little bit slow to try and adapt to what is actually ESG in a social care environment, and that's a learning curve for everybody. So I think we're kind of working our way through it. Banks are being asked to provide green loans and look into providing sustainable financial solutions, but again we need to understand what is appropriate for those loans and what's the right criteria. So we're working collectively to work with operators and providers to just find out what these solutions are. On the development side, probably fairly easy on the solar panels, heat pumps, green roofs. And these sort of things are probably already being used, but there's more to it because the E is fine for environmental, but you've got the S and then you've got the G.
Yeah.
And what does that actually mean? I said yesterday, S doesn't mean I work in social care, it's fine.
Yeah.
And a lot of people still think that's enough.
Yeah.
Actually, the detail, it's more than that.
I mean, I was talking to someone earlier who was saying that it's quite complicated because a lot of funds aren't available because of the way the companies are structured, that they fall outside residential and outside commercial. So they're actually in this little funny gap in between where they're neither or. So some of the funding options don't apply to them. But then equally, actually to get asset finance for the different elements. So if you're going to a lender to borrow money for solar panels, you can create quite a positive case, especially with the prices where they are at the moment.
You can, and we would do that. I think the tricky one is the sustainability-linked loan, which is a bit of a mouthful, but that particular product means that you have to continually assess targets that you've set yourself, and that you then have to report your progress with those back to your lender and your stakeholders and shareholders and all the other people that are interested. And then, only then would you get the benefit of any retrospective kickback or discount. And that is quite a complex process, and I don't think we're fully up to speed on that yet.
Yeah. So should providers who don't have any provision for improving the environmental impact of their buildings, is now a good time to be investing in this stuff?
Now is definitely the time to be doing it in any shape or form. I think the example, where somebody asked me yesterday, where do you start? So, for example, in the Housing Association, we actually went and bought a heat-seeking camera.
Yeah.
It wasn't a huge amount of money. You can actually rent them.
Yeah.
And we actually took that and we filmed all our properties to see where we had issues. And it was obvious that we had insulation shortfalls, windows needing replaced, doors needing, draft excluders. Simple stuff, but that's you starting on that journey. And then you're just building from then. Also looking at how you look after your staff, how engaged are your staff, are your staff engaged in the actual ESG story? Do they want to contribute? What ideas do they have? And residents, equally, who more often than not actually understand all about this environmental challenge.
Yeah.
So get them involved. I've seen some great initiatives with some of our customers where the residents are actually leading on the ESG.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly simple sell to most people, isn't it? Especially,
should be.
So my nan lives in a sheltered housing for over 55s, and they've installed solar panels on her roof. She's got no idea how it works or what they do. All she knows is now her electricity bill is less. Right. So, she's well up for it. So, I think the thing like that is, you're not really going to have too many problems with your residents, are you, in terms of people want to be warmer and spend less money.
They do, but then some residents actually want to be involved in planting flowers that attract wildlife. They want to be out helping pick litter in the local street community. They want to engage with the children in the local school. There is a lot more to that whole S and environment piece, because you just have to think that bit wider.
So have you got kind of a hint or a tip you can share with people just so they can move things forward, in, whether it's from an environmental perspective or anything else that you can just, someone watching this can say, I can implement that today and improve my life a tiny bit and my people around me?
There are pioneers that are really advanced in doing quite a lot of these initiatives, and I think this sector is particularly good at networking and introducing people to other people who have something that's worth sharing. So I think the Outstanding Society that are here, for example, they are a great advocate for that sharing of best practice, and that goes down to some of this ESG strategy. It's actually really about just getting out there and speaking to people who understand it and are actually doing it, and just taking as much advice and support as you can from them.
Perfect, sounds great. Yeah, check out the Outstanding Society then.
That's it.
So last question, the big one. Orange juice, with bits, without bits?
1 week with, next week without.
Okay, all right.
Next week with, next week without.
So we had someone else who liked with bits for breakfast and then without bits after. Interesting. So yeah.
Too much juice for me.
Too much juice, yeah. And apparently you get much more vitamin C and iron from sprouts. So if you want to juice some sprouts, I'm sure it's not as pleasant, but
well, I'll just pass on that.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank
it's
you.
Lovely to meet you.
Nice to see you.
We are just going to go for a short break. So see you soon. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. And we're here with another speaker. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. You?
I'm great, thank you. Getting a bit tired, we're at the end of day 2 now, so
Yep,
it's we've spoken to a lot of people. Do you want to introduce who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so I'm Kerry Southern-Reason. I'm the founder and managing director of a company called Care Home Interiors Company. Our main business is designing care homes. Having said that, at the Care Show, we've launched 3 new brands. So Photo Furnishings, which is all about personalising furnishings, bedding, because the bedding found in care homes is horrendous, and rental furniture, just making good quality furniture accessible to all care groups rather than those that can just afford it.
Lovely. And what have you been talking about today?
So I've actually done two talks and a panel yesterday. It's all around those 3 brands really, and dementia design. So I'm sort of a specialist in dementia design, and we've been lucky to win PINDAs the last 3 years running. So I've talked about how important dementia design is. So in a care home, you know, it's easy to adapt interiors for those who are physically immobile. So, you know, you put a lift in, you put a ramp in, but for the visually impaired, it's sometimes overlooked. And with that comes an inability for them to access the space in the same way that other people can. So that was a big part of my talk for dementia this year. You know, I've done all of the contrasting and all of the more typical subjects. So this year we just took it a step further, because just to try and get people to really think about if their product is accessible to those who are visually impaired, not just physically impaired. Then we've talked about, you know, it's pretty easy now to design a good looking interior. You know, that is pretty easy to do. So in my feeling is that you have to take it further, and I believe a good way of doing that is personalisation. Initially it was because my mum died in a hospice, and she spent the last couple of weeks looking at the back of a chair, and I just wanted it to be a better memory for other people going forward. But actually, once we developed the product, we then realised that we could also put the pictures onto lampshades, and actually it could help with wayfinding, so how a resident navigates the space. And if a resident was walking past their room and they saw a picture that meant something to them, then they could actually go in the room and realise that it's their room. I sort of hope it would work that when you go in and you see pictures of, it could be animals, it could literally be anything, that room sort of gives you a bit of a virtual hug, and it's just their safe place. So that, you know, that's one of them. Then the bedding, like I said, my son's got sensory processing disorder, so for him, if I stick him in a, say, cotton bed, he's out, you know, jumps up screaming and shouting because he says it hurts. So I think a lot of residents are bed bound, so I think the quality of bedding needs to be looked at, and especially the texture. So we spent quite a lot of time making sure our cottons are of a certain feel, and even introducing brush cotton, because a lot of older people have had like flannelette sheets, which are that sort of soft. So that's what I've been talking about really, is those main things.
So how's the care sector kind of taking this then? Are they interested in the sort of new innovations?
Yeah, it's crazy, you know, when you launch something that's slightly off the wall because no one else does anything like this, you do sort of think 3 months ago or 6 months ago, I was like, yeah, this is amazing, it's going to be great. And then I don't know if it's an entrepreneurial type of thing, but 2 days before the show, I'm like, oh my God, what have I done? You know, does anybody like it? So they're just going to think I'm crazy, you know, just... but the response has been insane, absolutely insane. I mean, we sold hundreds and hundreds of cushions. There's one cushion particularly where, unfortunately in care homes, you know, you have to, there are agency staff, and we've designed a cushion where you can write the resident's name, where they've come from, and a little bit about them, but it's disguised as a cushion, so it just looks like it's words, it looks quite cool. But what it allows is agency staff, or even any team member who doesn't necessarily know that resident that well, to go in and have a conversation with them. Those have been, and I always thought that
without it being clinical and having to take a notebook in and look at
or, you know, with GDPR, you can't really stick it on the outside of the wall, and also it doesn't look very nice. It looks really impersonal, but it's like a hidden way of doing it. because actually it just looks really nice. So that has been really well received, and I assumed actually you can buy it online. So I thought what we'd do is we'd end up giving the care homes literature for the residents' families to buy them. But a lot of care groups are actually just buying it for all their residents anyway. So that's been really good, and I think the personalised products is the biggest thing that has grabbed people's attention.
Yeah.
And also the bedding, to be fair. I think they all know that the white clean stuff is just really unpleasant. And I think, if you really talk to them and say, when was the last time you literally wiped a duvet? And they just look away. Because they don't.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to, then you might as well just have a washable product that's much better quality and it's actually cheaper. So, and then, there are quite a few groups that said they wouldn't be able to put solid furniture into their homes ordinarily, but when a bedside's costing them $7.50 a month, it makes it accessible to them as well.
Yeah.
So I think
Brilliant.
it seems to be a bit of a game changer. So the panic over the couple of days before the show wasn't probably needed for ageing.
Well, these things are a big deal for us as suppliers to come to, and it's a big putting yourself out there, aren't you?
It is scary, because I'm known for being quite outspoken. So it's scary when you bring something totally different and you just don't know how people are going to react, because I still feel, even though I've been in the industry 15 years, that I'm a relatively newcomer, because the care industry seems to be quite a generational and quite a matured industry. So it's nice to bring something that no one else is doing and people actually just say wow. So that's been really nice.
Oh, brilliant. I mean, it's quite innovative and collaborative as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there's lots of homes that want to push the boundaries and bring their best stuff forward, right?
Exactly. And the thing with the furniture we do is the sustainability aspect. And this show has done a lot of sustainability because it is such a thing that we all need to consider. So our furniture has a 30-year life cycle. Because of the way it's solid, it can be rubbed down and restained and go back into a cycle. And it's all got like little passports because it's all wood. It won't be going into landfill or anything like that. So that's also been a big thing we've spoken about, because the funders have let all of us know that going forward, the care homes have to provide more sustainable suppliers. And we actually, at the start of this year, put 50 solar panels on our factory, because we manufacture ourselves, just to try and help in that process for them, because I think it's going to get quite demanding.
Wow. So do you have a nice hint or tip for people in working in the care sector, something they could implement and do that's nice and straightforward now?
I think for me, and I've talked about this a bit over the days, is that I think with interiors specifically, there's two things actually. And the first thing is that a care home's care is judged on what it looks like. And that's a terrible thing to say, but it's the reality. Unfortunately, any of us, we judge with what we see. So when someone walks into your care home, if they see that it needs refurbishing, or it's tatty, or it isn't of the standard that they want it to be, then they believe the care's the same. And it's not always the case, because it might be that the furniture's like that because the operator's investing in training and investing in their team, but that's not the opinion of somebody walking around. I've heard things like, oh Dad, I'm going to stay, you go home, because it's such a lovely place to be. And a lot of the team members will say, I want to live here and not at home. I just can't stress enough how important presenting your interiors is. Having said that, you don't need to throw money at it. I've talked a lot about little ways of improving your interiors without spending a fortune.
Lovely. And then final question for you.
Yes?
Orange juice.
Orange juice.
With bits or without bits?
With bits.
With bits. Correct answer. Thank you very much for coming to see us. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we will be back shortly. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We have not a speaker, but we have someone here from Closer Still Media. Do you want to say hi? Who are you and what do you do?
Yeah, hello. So my name's Matthew Moore. I'm the Senior Sales Manager for the Care Show. So I'm here and I help all the exhibitors with all their queries and get them all prepared for the show, ready to meet with wonderful attendees.
Awesome. So you've been involved in 30 under 30 for the social care. So do you want to tell us a bit about that?
Yes, of course. So we always just a platform for the sector. We want to encourage future leaders of the thing and put, I'm trying to think of the word, put encouragement towards that and build on that platform really from there. So we wanted to acknowledge their hard work and highlight 30 amazing people from there. So we open up nominations in July. We've received 99 nominations for it.
Oh wow, 99.
And with help with the judges, we then dwindled down to 30 people and hosted the awards on day one of the Care Show on that side. So.
99 is incredible, isn't it? And I think it's really important that we're looking to the younger generation to come through to start, being the leaders of tomorrow. Yes. So it's really important to do
Yes,
that.
so it's one of the ones with the judges. It was different categories how they were judged on. So like leadership was one, building rapport with others, exceeding expectations, their loyalty and their drive. So it was the key areas we looked at and say leaders of tomorrow is what we wanted to be, the future managers and directors of all these things to look after the well-being of us really. So yeah.
So what if I was thinking about entering? I'm over 30, so I've missed the window. But do people enter other people, or do you enter yourself?
So it's either both ways. You can enter yourself or enter other people. So it's depends on how you have it really. So normally nominations open up in the summer for next year. So you can check out on our website and you can go through the processes from there.
Lovely. So I'm looking for like a nice little hint and tip for people in the sector who people watching now can just take away today and help improve their world. Have you got any thoughts?
I'd say making sure you come to the Care Show here and networking with as many people as you can. Discussing best practices in your own business could help someone else, or learning something what they do or might work for you. So always great ways to improve health and well-being of your residents.
Loads of great talks to listen to, loads of things to learn about, loads of really interesting speakers and stuff.
The speakers are doing amazing this year and we look to try and improve on it year on year. So.
And the biggest question of all, orange juice, with bits or without bits?
100% with bits.
100% with bits, that's the correct answer. Thank you very much for coming in and seeing us today, thank you.
Cheers.
Right, we'll go to a short break now. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We don't have a speaker, we have a legend.
I'll take that.
Would you like to tell the people who you are and what you do?
Yeah, perfect. So I'm Mike Corbett. I am the portfolio director here at Closer Still, but I'll take the brainchild behind the care show over the last 8 years. Yeah, it's been my baby, so I'm part of the leadership team to running the show.
Lovely.
Yeah.
How's it gone? How's it go? We're at just the end of day 2. How's it been?
The feet are tired, but the adrenaline's still pumping, which has been great. It's been a good 2 days. Our delegate numbers are up. We've had more care providers than ever. It's been really nice to welcome students and younger generation into the show as well, to keep them inspired. Exhibitors seem really good as well. We've got a good number of companies who have decided to join us for London in April next year. We've got a lot of companies said they're ready to come back. The reason why I love Care Show, it's a huge variety of companies, so it's not like it's just tech. You can have a stand who does IT, next to someone who's doing food, next to someone who does butterflies.
Yeah.
And that's why we love this show. But that's a long 2 days, or a long 4 days.
From our perspective, it's been brilliant, and we've been hearing good feedback around the other suppliers and things like that. So, yeah, everyone loves the show.
Yes.
And as ever, we're then building on this for London. So we've obviously got the new Care Show London. What's new? What's going to be going on in London?
So absolutely.
What's it? March?
26th, 27th of April. April.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're bringing it to London. This is kind of the same model. So we love the heart and passion that we've managed to build in Care Show Birmingham. Now we want to bring it into London XL. The slight differences to it are we're going to have a bit more focus on local authority impact and how care providers can work better with local authorities. How you can work better with your trusts or your ICSs, but then it should still have that same feeling of from carpet to solar panels, uniform to recruitment. So whether you're starting a business in this amazing community or whether you're a national chain, there'll be something for you, and that's always our goal with these shows.
Lovely. And is there, should people start booking things in? Like, what's the vibes?
Yeah, so exhibitors can get in contact now, and sponsors. So we're trying to make this it's a 2-day event, but we want to continue the events into the evening. So we've got huge sponsorship opportunities. Registration will go live on the 1st of December as well, so anyone can kind of register for their tickets. And we just encourage everyone to be part of it. It will be free for care providers to come along. We don't believe in charging them anything. And the idea is, again, whether you are London, South focused, or anywhere in the country, come along. It is a different vibe and feeling to hear, different content. Hopefully by that point as well, CQC would have more about their update. So from a learning outcome, still plenty to take on board.
Fab. And the really big question of the day, orange juice. With pulp, without pulp?
Oh, I'm a sucker for with pulp.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's
raw, it's natural.
That is the correct answer, Mike.
There we go.
Thank you.
There we go.
Brilliant. Thank
Gentlemen,
you very much for coming.
always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Take care.
We will be back shortly.
Beautiful.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We have another speaker in the studio. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm brilliant, thank you. How would you like to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, sure. My name is Rachel Crook, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Lifted.
Perfect. What have you been speaking about today?
Sure, so I've been speaking about my journey into the care sector and how I came to run my own domiciliary care business, and also how we built a technology platform to make it easy for health and social care providers to find staff all over the world and bring them to Britain. How to do it ethically, fast, simply and affordably. And I got started in the industry because of my experience. So my mum was 56 when she was diagnosed with early onset dementia, and I was 24. And I felt really frustrated by what I felt was a lack of innovation and support in the care sector. And so I started my own care business, and I've been running that now for 4.5 years. We've got 3 locations. But through that, I realised that to grow that business, I was going to need to find more great people. I looked into international recruitment and saw it was being done really badly in lots of places, and lots of people were really struggling with all the rules, and I wanted to make that better. So we built a technology platform that basically helps care providers find care workers, but then we do much more than that. We also run all of their compliance, we find them housing, we find them cars, we support with loans, we deliver Life in the UK training, and we remove all the upfront costs for the provider as well. And we started doing that about 5-6 months ago, and we've had 14,000 care workers apply through the platform, which has been really exciting. So this weekend I've basically been, these last couple of days, sorry, not the weekend, I've been talking about how to succeed in international recruitment, how to do it right, what are some of the tips to make it successful, and it's been great.
Perfect. I've heard that training people to make a proper cup of tea
That is an important thing.
It's an important thing.
So we have a whole curriculum called Life in the UK.
Okay.
And it is things like how to make a cup of tea, how to make toast is another important one, and bacon sandwiches. But there are also other things that are really important, like what are your rights as a care worker, and what happens if someone's violating those rights, and what are the cultural expectations of communication. British people love to say please and thank you all the time, even when they're not necessarily feeling particularly polite. They just love to say it.
Yeah.
It's not the norm in some countries, and people can offend people without meaning to. So things like that we teach as well. We also support them with driving support, and that curriculum is constantly evolving based on all the things we're told when we move here. But what we'd also love to do in the future is actually teach care providers some of the great cultural lessons that we've had from the overseas recruits that have brought their knowledge to Britain as well.
Fab. So, there's been talk about it's brilliant, but it's also not the silver bullet. You can't just randomly find someone from overseas and plonk them in a job and all's good. Like, you need that support structure around it, right?
Well, I guess I'm biased, right, because I am the support structure, but we set it up. And to be honest with you, like, our problem has not been attracting customers. Like, we've been inundated with demand from care providers, and I think care providers already know how to kind of comply with the Care Quality Commission standards, but international recruitment is a whole other ballgame. There's the Home Office expectations. There's also a huge moral responsibility, right? Like, you're not just giving someone a new job, you're moving them and often their family to a new country, and that is daunting. And it's already hard enough delivering care. To have another job on top of that of delivering this service is important. However, what I would say is the work that I have done, I have never felt prouder than to be in the care sector than the impact we have, because it's not just changing the lives of your clients, it's the lives of the people that you're bringing in overseas. So if I take a carer called Gloria, for example, that we hired into a care provider. She is from Nigeria. She's a fully qualified family doctor. She's been working as a doctor for like 20 years. And I was speaking to her after a really long day doing a domiciliary care shift, and I said, like, I'm not being funny, but like, you were a doctor, why are you now working as a care worker? And she said, for my kids, I've got 3 children in university, I want to pay for them so they can achieve everything they want. And her children will then grow up in Britain, and then that's the next generation of British people. And people are so down on the UK a lot of the time, there's lots of challenges we face. And for me, it's so rewarding to be able to bring incredible people to Britain and watch them become the next generation of talent that we need. So I would say, like, of course there's stuff you have to get right, but the prize is absolutely worth the effort.
Brilliant. Yes, seems like a really interesting subject and really kind of innovative. How does the technology there actually work?
Yeah, sure. So basically, people all over the world apply to us, and we've had 14,000 people apply to us.
And I guess that cuts out any, because there's some levels of fraud with people paying.
So we don't pay any agents. You can only apply to us directly yourself, or we'll work with universities, but that's it. So for example, a couple people come up to me today and said, oh, can I send you candidates? And I say, oh, are you charging the carer to apply? And they said yes. And I was like, we can't, it's a crime. So we only go direct to candidates. They do our process, which is basically we use AI and a series of questions and a chatbot. And then our algorithm basically screens that care worker against our client's criteria. So say you're a home care company and you want women who can drive, that's one of the things we'll do. Then we create a dashboard, so like an online, someone just described it as Tinder for carers. Well, that's not the market that we're in, just to be clear. But you get a sense of, you see a video, you interact with them, and you hire them through the platform. And then we have another piece of technology which basically automates all the recruitment and compliance checks. So our team does that on the back end, and then a care provider can see it happening in real time. And the care worker has a mobile app that talks them through how to apply for a visa, how to get support. So that's how the technology works together.
Perfect. So have you got a quick hint, tip, piece of advice for people?
What, around international recruitment or more
broadly?
broadly?
Anything you think, I mean, as someone who's a business leader, anything you want, anything you think might improve somebody's life or their team, or...
Oh my goodness, there's so many things to say.
How do you lead your team? You've got, you must have quite a few employees, having
I've
3
got about
sites.
110 employees.
What approach do you take when you interact with your team?
Interesting. Okay, so I try to be mission driven. So I talk a lot about my experience with my mum, not as like a sales gimmick, because that is genuinely what drives me. I think like what's really important in the care sector is that it's really hard, right? Like when a carer phones at like 10 o'clock at night and it's like, I'm not coming to the shift tomorrow, and you're like, I've got to deliver this care. Like it's stressful. And when the CQC, turns up, it's stressful. And I think we often forget about the impact we have on people's lives. And we're called Lifted because we lift lives. So I guess a hint and tip is every week my whole company gets together and we talk about examples of how we've lifted lives. So that could be lifting a family member that we care for's life, it could be lifting a carer's life, it could be lifting our team's life. And I think if you do that, if you keep those stories and you keep that emphasis on the impact that you have, I think it has a huge impact on your team. The other thing I really try to do is I try to be transparent and honest about mistakes. Like, I make mistakes, I get stuff wrong, I don't know the answer to everything. And I try to be honest with the team about when things are challenging and when they're not, including like the company's financials. And I know that's like quite controversial, but what I want to do is build a sense of a movement, and my team feel like they're part of making a change in the sector. You have to ask them if I achieve it. But for example, the other day we had a carer that had been stopped by the police. Her car was taken and it was in car jail. The police had the car. I was a software developer, right? Like that's his job. He doesn't do anything to do with cars. But he was like, I'll go get it. And he got up at 6 o'clock in the morning and went and got the car. And he does it without complaining, without being paid. He does it because, I mean, obviously get paid for the day's work, but not extra. He does it, I'd like to think, because he feels like we're doing something really important and really meaningful. And I think every business here has an unbelievable competitive advantage in terms of attracting talent, because everyone wants to work for a company that has a positive impact on the world, and very few companies can really say that. Everyone can here. So I would just keep that purpose at the heart of what you do.
Lovely, perfect, thank you. So the really big question of the day, orange juice, bits or no bits?
Oh man, depends what I'm in the mood for.
Oh, we've had answers like that.
Yeah,
so,
probably no bits, because my sister doesn't like bits, and she's my favourite person to have breakfast with, her and my husband together. So probably no bits, keep her happy.
And you've lifted her.
I've lifted her.
Brilliant.
She's a doctor, she lifts everyone. So,
thank you very much.
No,
for
you're
coming
very
and
welcome.
see us.
Cheers, thanks for having me.
We will just go to a short break. We're going to go to Alex. Alex is out in the show and having a look around, and we'll be back soon.
To the live stream. We've had so many interviews today, but I just thought we would come round to some of the stands. We have the Care Workers charity here, so we're going to go over and see if there's anyone that we can interview. Oh, hello, how are you? Good, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Would I be able to just ask a couple of questions? So could you explain a little bit about yourself and what you guys do?
So we are the Care Workers charity, and we look after care workers, so we look after the people that look after everyone else. So when they're struggling with their mental health, or if they're struggling financially, they can come to us for support.
Amazing. And I know you guys do lots of different fundraisers. We were actually on one recently. Could you explain a little bit about what you do, what that's about, and what kind of things you do for the fundraiser?
Yeah, of course. So we've got lots of different fundraisers. We've got a few more going on this year. We've obviously got plans for next year, just finalising them. They'll be up. We're going to do a load of different things. There will definitely be another trek. We'll do it at the end of Professional Care Workers Week, so it'll be in September. We're going to do a dog walking month, so people with their pooches can get involved as well. We'll do Going the Extra Mile, which is also a great one. And they're just different ways for people to get involved, learn more about the charity, shout out more about the charity, and support us as much as they can so we can continue doing what we do.
Amazing. And how would somebody get in touch if they wanted to be part of this fundraiser? And how would a carer get in touch if they wanted that support?
So the easiest way is to pop onto our website, drop us an email. So the info at thecareworkerscharity.org.uk is the best way to get in touch about anything. One of us will get back to you ASAP.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing all of that. 2 really important questions. In your orange juice, are you a smooth or a bit? Smooth. Oh, yeah. Thank God. Everyone keeps saying they like bits, and it's really quite bizarre. No, 100% smooth. Most important question of all, what is your coffee order?
Oh, cappuccino.
We've had a few cappuccinos. See, we're more of a latte office.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, to be honest. Well, thank you so much, and we'll be seeing you later. Thanks. Okay, so let's go over here. Oh, let's look at these guys. Are they busy? I don't know if he's part of the thing. Hello, how are you? Yes, good, thank you. We're currently doing a live stream at the moment, and I was just wondering if I could ask you guys a couple of questions about what you do. Perfect. So, would you be able to explain a little bit about the company and what this is?
So we are Social Mobility, and we're a social enterprise that's aim is to make spread a bit of laughter and happiness for people that most need it in care homes or people in hospitals. And what we provide is an interactive light projector with a range of sensory games that are designed to improve either cognitive well-being, physical well-being or social well-being. So we work primarily within dementia care, learning disabilities and neurorehabilitation.
That's amazing. And I'm guessing this is an example of one of the tables that you have. How does it work?
So you can project it onto any surface you want. So we've got it here projected onto a table, or you can see here we've got it projected onto a wall. And you can even spin it around and project it onto ceilings, which if you have anyone that's nursed in bed within a nursing home or in a hospital, it's really important to keep them engaged and occupied, so you can project something onto the ceiling above their bed. And we're working in over 750 different locations in the UK. And really enjoying the show today. It's been very busy.
Yeah, absolutely. That's amazing. And we have all said that it's been so busy today, which is so nice. But thank you for showing me about this. One really important question that we've got. In your orange juice, are you bits or no bits?
Ooh, I'm bits. I'm going to go controversial.
God, no.
Bits.
Smooth? 100% smooth. I'm sorry, you're wrong. You're wrong.
More importantly, vodka.
Oh, well, yes, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, you guys. I'll speak to you soon. That's hilarious. What a cool table. That's really, really nice. But I think we're ready to head back to the studio now. I think York has another interview, so I'll pass back to you then.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We are now with Ian. Hello Ian, how are you doing?
How do you do? Well, unlike all the other people you interviewed, when they're all fresh and lovely, you catch me at the end of all of my talks, all of my hosting, all of my panels, all of my film premieres, and I'm pretty much good for now. So everybody else was fresh and sunshiny and great, and I'm like, I could doze off if this seat was a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, well, we keep it nice and sturdy, so you don't, good posture and all that.
Yeah, good posture.
Do you want to tell the good people who you are and what you do?
My name's Ian Donaghy. People just call me Big Ian because nobody can pronounce Donaghy or spell it. What do? I write books, I make films, I'm a conference speaker, I host events, and I celebrate what's great in care and call out what's shocking.
Nice.
And I can because I work for nobody.
Yeah.
I can be completely objective, and I work for nobody, but with everybody, and it's a joyful place to be.
Lovely. So what have you been talking about today? Lots of things.
Today, I met with some amazing people on a panel this morning about why they do what they do. They were incredible. They were so good. It was just wow. It was such a good session, so powerful, where you met somebody people who'd worked in care because they'd been cared for and they'd had really bad accidents and all this sort of thing. Somebody else who was a lawyer who then got out of that into care, and then somebody who was supported with autism and now who works with care. They were just inspirational and wonderful. I then did a session with Anita Astle, who's just won the Gold Standard Framework Care of the Year and Care Home of the Year, and we premiered a film called Last Orders, which was a lady's dying wish, where we went to make a film with her, and it was incredible. It blew people's minds this morning. A woman looking back on her life, and it was so candid and it had such insight. It was just beautiful. And then I've done a session called Different Not Worse, Different Not Less, a thing about learning disabilities in the keynote thing that was beautiful. It's just been such a varied show, but I get asked to do a lot of different things, hosting different panels, meeting different people, and that's the joy about this. There's a lot of people who you know, a lot of people who you bump into, but I think the real change comes about when you meet somebody new. And when you meet new people in fresh blood and all that sort of thing, that's where the exciting bit is. So, what I would say to people, I would say there's one name to look for, right? And this is a young lass. She's not very old at all, and she was the youngest ever CQC registered manager of a care provider at 21 in the UK. She's called Rebecca Coles. I'll tell you what, I've met her today, and this is the next generation of care. This is a lass who was given responsibility at 16, at 18, at 21, at 23, and I honestly believe the only thing she can't do are things she hasn't tried yet. She's like a breath of fresh air. I would take that lass, I'd put her in every school, in every college, because she can show young people that care is a career. She's absolutely blown my socks off today, and I've met some other young people in here. Seriously, if we can find more people like this, then care's in good hands, because it's got loads of creativity, loads of ideas that we don't have. And you know, I can't help thinking, if we can tap into schools, people like this are going to be amazing.
And there's loads of incredible talent in the care sector. It really is. Like, you know, some people coming through, and you think, and they just bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, right? There's just that kind of attitude and energy that the sector really needs.
I had a group in that looked like they were from they looked like sort of year 11, year 12, and they were out with a teacher there today, and that's what it was. It was a group of students, and I'm thinking, why are you here? And then I'm thinking, I hope I know why you're here. I hope I know why you're here.
Well, the care show invited some
Well, I think it's a beautiful thing, and we need more and more. We need the next generation. We need to have all of these fresh ideas, and you know, let's look at this with fresh eyes, because the problem ain't going to go away, but the fresh ideas could make things a lot better, really could. So yeah, I've been really buzzing. I've met a lot of people from different areas. So lots of home care, lots of supported living, lots of dementia care, lots of learning disabilities. It's been a real mix, but I'll tell you what, it knows what it is, and it's done it really well. And the people who've been organising, like Caitlin and everybody, all the team, honestly, they've treated us so well, and it's made you feel like a very, very, very welcome guest, and it just brings out the best in you.
You got a piece of advice or a tip, a hint for people that they can take away today?
Piece of advice: say hello to somebody who you've never met. Find out something that you don't know. Very rarely do you find out anything or learn anything when you're talking. Talk to somebody, say hello, find out something, connect. I find LinkedIn is a fantastic thing now. Connect on LinkedIn, share ideas, steal ideas, make those ideas your own. I tell you what, there's been some amazing stuff going on today, and it's been lovely. So, and it's lovely having your team here, real top draw. See them at a lot of events, and they always do a top job. And there you go, there's your team over there. You can hear them laughing, you can hear them smiling, and can I be honest, that lass over there, you never see her without a smile on her face, right? Never see her without a smile on her face. And that's what it is. There's enough people. By the way, there's this young lass. There's Rebecca! Get here! Get here! This is this young lass. You need to get her in here and get rid of a dinosaur like me now. Get rid of a dinosaur like me. And you need to bring this young lady in now. Because I tell you what, This is the next generation. This is what you don't want dinosaurs like me. Look at this.
Hello, you've been sprung upon by Ian. So we are doing some stuff today called Meet the Speaker. We're recording little videos with people like Ian and people like you. And Ian was talking about how you're a manager of a home and that you've been doing great work.
Yeah. So I am a registered manager for a respite facility, supported living, domiciliary care, and then day service, which isn't regulated with the CQC at the moment.
Wow. How many staff?
Over 140.
Crikey.
It's quite a lot.
Yeah. How did you sort of end up there then? How did you, what's your path?
So it's a bit of a bizarre story. I started off back in, so when you're in high school and you do your 2-week work experience where like school place you with a company in the local area.
I remember mine well, yeah.
I was placed with the company I'm working for, and 11 years later, still sat in the chair from where I started. I just fell in love with the job. That's how I started in it. Got into an apprenticeship, then became day service manager, and then at the age of 21, put in my application with the CQC to become a registered manager.
Wow. What would you say to someone who's thinking about joining the care sector then?
Do it. Believe in yourself and go and do it, because what's stopping you? You know, the worst thing is it's not for you, but at least you've tried it. But I guarantee you that social care will steal your heart. It's not something I ever seen myself doing. It's not a job that I thought I'd get a career in. But from the day that I started, I fell in love with it, and I can't imagine doing anything else.
Brilliant.
And that is why, York, you want nothing talking to me, and you need everything.
Well, you did tell me that Rebecca existed, so you serve some function.
And what
Ian,
did I say? The advice I said was, say hello to somebody you've never met before and find out about them, and then you know more, and we've now exchanged details and everything, and I'm going to nick all of her ideas and she can nick all of my ideas, and we can nick everybody's ideas.
Absolutely.
And then everybody's suddenly got the best homework out there. We've all got top marks.
It's like I was saying yesterday, I was a speaker yesterday for why do you want your staff to leave, helping your staff to leave, and I said if you are willing to develop a staff member but you don't have a higher position for them like a registered manager's position, but another company does, allow them to go and do it, because at the end of the day social care is all one sector, and especially with what we've been through with COVID and everything like that, we're all one big group and we all need to support each other. So by you letting go of that member of staff and then going to a more managerial position, you are making a positive impact in social care. So why would you not do it?
I mean, it takes such an incredible amount of maturity to be able to kind of be able to do that, right? To be able to say, actually, I can't offer this person the opportunity, and that's why a lot of companies try and keep hold of people even when they don't have the right role for them. So it's testament to you to say you've recognised that as the thing, to say, look, whether you're with me or not, I want you to just live your best life, and I think that's the way to get great teams, right?
Absolutely,
So even when you're 95, Ian, hobbling along, just go, Rebecca. You'll still serve some purpose.
I'll tell you what, I'm hobbling along now. Do you know what? This is exactly what it's about, right? This is what we need through this door. We need all the new ideas, we need the new blood, we need the next generation after Rebecca. We need the 14-year-olds, in school now, who don't know what they're going to be when they grow up, right? And can I be honest, some of us don't know what we're going to be when we grow up. And it's all this sort of thing, bring in the new ideas, right? Bring in the new people. And if it's not for them, it's not for them.
Exactly.
But if it is,
it's worth a try.
How amazing is this? The hairs on my arms, I can get it now, were absolutely zinging this morning. I had this panel of 4 people. It was a beautiful thing.
It was incredible.
All 4, right? You thought hold on, there's no way that all 4 are going to be of this quality. So the first person tells their story, second person tells their story, third person, and you just think, wow, this is top table. It was so inspiring. And I can't help thinking that if people are going to share their stories and share the difference they make and share the buzz it gives them, I'll tell you what, people are going to want to come into this because this is what happens. And you know yourself, there's some really good people in this line of work. There's a few that are a bit of hard work, but I tell you, there's some absolute corpers who genuinely give their all, and it's a beautiful thing. So,
I mean, if you put 100 humans in a room, you're going to get a couple that are
not
going to play along.
I think one thing as well, as managers and as care providers, we also need to realise that we have to allow work experience in. And I know it's quite a thing where people are like, it's paperwork, it's risk assessments, it's this and that. But if the owner of my company didn't do work experience all them years ago, I wouldn't be sat here right now. I wouldn't be a registered manager of a service, because it's not until I tried it that I fell in love with it. And I think, us as managers and care providers really need to understand that we're actually the ones that have got to try to give people the experience, instead of expecting that people are going to come to us wanting a job. We've got to show them what that job is. We've got to reach out. We've got to show them that it's not being called, you're just a carer. It's making a massive difference into someone's life every single day.
Well, I've got one final big question for you guys. Orange juice, with bits, without bits?
I'm definitely without bits.
Well, I don't know yet, and I'm afraid I'm about to wash my hands of it completely, because I'm sorry, life's too short. Life's too short for this. Do you know what? An orange is made of bits. It is. It's when it's all attached, it's bits, okay, that are glued together. And if you remove those bits, you are removing a lot of its, I would like to say, oranginess. Right.
All right, well, I'll go with whichever one I see on the shelf at the supermarket first.
So need the bits, girl. So need the bits. Yeah, I'm afraid my daughter, it's got bits in, it's got bits in. Right, no, tell you what, I'll have the bits. I'm all good with that.
Nice. Well, thank you very much, you both, for coming in.
Thank you very much. Thank you for shouting me in.
But thank you. Right, we are going to a short break. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We have another speaker with us. Hi, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you. Yeah, really good. Had a good day.
Brilliant, brilliant. Do you want to introduce yourself? Let us know who you are and what you're doing.
Yeah, sure. So my name's Jo Bonser, and I have two businesses in the care sector. I have a product supply business, so we supply care homes with anything from a disposable glove to a profiling bed, and everything in between. And that is HCS UK. But I'm here today representing my new business, which is Jo Bonser Consulting and Training. And that is all about helping people with dementia to eat better.
Okay. Interesting. So what is that you've been speaking about that today? Do you want to sort of give us a little bit of insight into how that works?
Yeah, so today the subject I've spoken about is what to do when a person with dementia refuses to eat. And I feel very, very passionately about this. I helped care for my own mum for over 6 years, so I have lived experience. And we had some huge nutritional challenges with my mum. And at one stage, we were told by the care professionals that she was going to die because she'd given up eating and drinking. So I took over her mealtime experience, and I got her back to eating independently and living for an extra 4.5 years.
Wow.
When I'd done that, I wanted to share my experience with other people who might be in the same position and might also need some help. So I created a free guide called My Dignified Dining Solutions Guide, which is all about the challenges that I overcame with my mum and nutritional challenges and solutions to help overcome them, top tips, strategies, ideas.
Love to hear some top tips then. I think it's obviously a really big subject within the care sector, especially for people with dysphagia and things like that, where there's a lot of actually quite innovative things going on around the design of food and how it looks and how it smells and all these different types of things. So yeah, what's some top tips that you can help
Well,
with?
the issue that I have is that I think there's a big skills gap for carers. So there's a lot of effort that goes into the kitchens with the catering staff, with the chefs, with the kitchen staff, in how they present and how they create the meals. But there seems to be a bit of a disconnect when it comes out of the kitchen, because when I do my mealtime audits in care homes, one of the most common things I see is untouched plates of food going back to the kitchen with the comment by a carer, Elsie didn't want to eat today. There are over 30 reasons why somebody may choose not to eat, and they're not all about hunger. And unless the carers are getting curious to understand a bit more about why that person might choose not to eat, all the work that goes into the food and the dining environment and the crockery and the cutlery and everything else means nothing, because the nutrition isn't going inside their bellies.
Yeah.
They're not getting fed.
It's those final few inches, right? That's a really important bit, isn't it? Yeah.
Definitely.
So what should carers be doing to, I guess, encourage, maybe that's not the right way of putting it, but how do you work with someone who is refusing to eat for what, could you give us some examples of why people might not want to eat?
There's so many.
30,
I mean, there's thousands of touch points to the mealtime experience. But I've highlighted 5 key areas around the reasons people choose not to eat or refuse to eat. And they're choice, health, meal quality and presentation, environment, and care delivery. So the one that I was focusing on today was about care delivery. It's about the rapport, the relationship between the carer who's assisting the person who's serving the meals and the person who lives with dementia.
Yeah, it's such an important part of someone's journey as they get older, isn't it? That the nutrition is good. Otherwise, it just will lead to so many problems, can't it?
So, for example, with my mum, I did careful observations about how she behaved at mealtimes, and literally she would turn her face away if you tried to assist her with a spoonful of food. So we had to do a lot of tweaks and changes to her mealtimes, which included looking at the environment, reducing noise levels, because that can be very distracting. We introduced some adapted crockery and cutlery for her, which enabled her to eat independently, because she was really proud and independent woman. She wouldn't like the thought that somebody was having to feed her.
Yeah.
I used to sit with her and eat, so we'd sit side by side and eat, so it became more of a social occasion rather than just a task. And I would always tell her ask her what she would like, so giving her the choice back, And then when it arrived, I would remind her what she was having, and there'd be lots of positive encouragement and reinforcement during the meal to remind her to eat.
Fascinating, isn't it? I think just the idea you were able to turn that around so starkly from her being in a position to not eating to then being able to eat again independently, just by really thinking about those last few steps of the process to make sure.
I knew that there was a need for this, but I wrote an article recently and I published it on LinkedIn, and it went kind of viral. Called the same thing, called What to Do When a Person with Dementia Refuses to Eat. And I do feel that there is a gap in skills for carers' knowledge and understanding of some of the mealtime behaviours that people with dementia can present, and for them to have more curiosity and more knowledge and skills to upskill them, to enable them to overcome them more readily. So in the session today, we actually had a practical session where I got them working, the audience were working in pairs, and I'd given one of them a postcard which told them a reason why they weren't going to eat. And the other person had a pot of fruit jelly, and their job was to try and encourage the person to eat. Now, clearly, I only had 3 minutes. In my training, I give much longer to enable that, to develop that rapport. But that's just a good example to actually, so they can experience the frustrations on both parts, and to encourage them to use their skills and knowledge to overcome those challenges, rather than accept refusal to eat.
So what's one piece of advice you could give to people that now that they could take away? Maybe I'm a carer watching this, or a manager, I might want to tell my team. Is there just one simple piece of advice you could use?
Yeah, I think I've thought about this, and I think the message is, remember whose mealtime it is. It's the person's. It's not yours. So it has to all focus around the person. What do they want? What are their choices? What do they like to eat? What cup do they like to drink from? It's really making that mealtime experience person-centred to them.
Brilliant. So, relevantly about food, our final question: orange juice, bits or no bits?
Bits all the way.
Bits all the way.
Definitely bits. Always bits.
Thank you so much for coming and sharing your story with us. It's been really nice to meet you. Thank you.
You too. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We are going for a short break now.
Oh, I put it down there, didn't I?
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We are now here with another speaker.
Hi, my name's Louie. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Lovely. What do you do as well, Lou?
So I run a group called Kerry Research, and we support services to get ready for the new CQC framework. So we do CQC training on the new framework, and we also help services get amazing feedback evidence, because feedback is really the main shift in the new framework, is that focus on feedback.
Lovely. We did a project with a home care company where we filmed a load of feedback from their families and the people that use their service. The CQC absolutely loved it.
Of course
they sat down
did. Of course they did. And that's going to be so central to this framework moving forward. They want to have the voices of people receiving care, their families, the staff. They count that as equal evidence to all the processes, outcomes, evidence that you would usually give to them.
Perfect. Right, so what have you been talking about today then?
So today I've been talking about how to get CQC ready. So we went through 5 key changes in the framework: quality statements, evidence categories, how evidence is collected, how evidence is going to be scored and your rating, and then the importance of feedback. And we were basically going through what the changes are, and then more importantly what you as a service need to do to get ready. So it was a pretty intensive half hour, because we were trying to rush through an entire framework that usually we spend a day going through in our training sessions. But people seem to really enjoy it and get a lot out of it, which is great.
Fab, yeah, it must be. I guess it's a complicated process. We've been talking to lots of people about CQC, and one thing that comes out a lot is if you're in a position of fear, you need to look at how you're feeling about it and try to adjust your attitude.
I think a big thing that we've noted is there's been quite a bit of kind of CQC bashing, because people don't like change, and it is a major structural change in terms of how CQC is operating. And I think we kind of took the decision that actually we need to support services, make sure their teams know and understand the framework inside and out, and can actually take part in the new framework, because it is coming, and actually it's going to be good for people. So my father's 76, he will likely at some point need some care. And in the current system, I have to go online and look at a 40-page report about a service that was done in 2016, or 2018, let's give them some credit. That's not helpful. What this new framework is going to do with the dynamic kind of continuous collection of data, the continuous use of ratings, it's going to make it much easier for someone like me, who's going to make a choice about where to send or what support to get his relatives. So I think it's going to be good for the sector, it's going to be good for people that use care, but it's going to be a tricky year or two while services move into this new way of operating. But I'm positive, and I want that positivity to be shared so that people can move out of fear and move into getting it done.
Perfect. Well. Do you know when it's coming?
So what we have from CQC at the moment, they are doing a regional rollout, and those regions are the South, London and East, Midlands and the North. And the South is the first one to kind of go live, and that's going to be in kind of early to mid-November. Now, they haven't said that on November the 1st or November 15th they're going to turn up on everyone's door and expect everything to be in place. No. But from that point, they're going to be moving towards using that framework in terms of the way that they think of evidence, the way that they gather evidence, and the way they start to use things like scoring systems. But it's not going to be a kind of overnight wake-up. It's going to be a gradual development from November, and then by March 2024, the best way to think about it is just before the beginning of the new financial year, everyone will be under this new framework. That's the intention, that's what CQC laid out yesterday in their talk, and I'm sure in the webinars that they've been doing as well.
Any top tips for people then when thinking about it?
Get your head around feedback. Feedback is so central. If you run a care residential service, then 3/5 of your evidence is now feedback related. People's experience, so residents and families, feedback from staff and leaders, and feedback from partners. If you're a domiciliary service, 3/4 of your evidence is feedback. So get thinking about doing feedback well. I mean, that is what Care Research do. The reason we know so much about the framework is because we've been doing feedback for 5 years. We saw where the framework was going and realised we had to change to support our clients and the people we work with better. So get your head around feedback. Of course, you can check out Care Research too.
Yeah. Is there a level of because obviously people can sort of leave feedback. Is a level of verification required?
In terms of kind of the way that feedback's collected?
I don't know, if I ask a family member to give me feedback, I could ask a random person to give me feedback, right? So is there a verification process?
I think it's a really interesting point. I think there's two things to think through around feedback. One is, how do we get accurate feedback? And actually, you don't get accurate feedback by the service collecting it themselves. We've seen it before. Someone hands out a survey that says, tell us what you think about the home care manager. And then at the bottom it says, please hand in your survey to the home care manager. You need to have that anonymity, which is why a group like Care Research can be so useful in collecting that feedback, because we genuinely don't know who they are. So the staff member that perhaps has English as additional language, they can speak freely, knowing they're not going to be identified, which they would be if they were going to hand in a traditional survey to their staff members. I think in terms of making it verifiable, I think this is where the expertise as a research group in terms of checking the validity of what's being said, but also the way that we do it, having those links that are sent out to the right people. So the service is collecting, we're collecting feedback from people that the service knows well and knows kind of is an active participant in the process. CQC are also going to be doing a lot of feedback collection themselves, and that's the challenge, is there's a bit of an open goal, because if CQC are collecting all this feedback and you haven't got any feedback of your own, you're kind of at the behest of what CQC find out about you. And that's why doing feedback well is so important in this new framework.
And the final question, the big one really, is orange juice.
Oh.
Bits or no bits?
Bits. 1000% bits. Bits all the time.
That
Give
is
me bits.
the correct answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you very much for spending some time with me today. We will be back shortly, I think, to close the show. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio for our last speaker of the day. Phil, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. Really enjoyed it this year. It's been really good.
Do you want to introduce yourself? Let us know who you are and what you do.
Yeah, I'd love to. So, my name is Phil. I'm a senior lecturer in health and social care at Birmingham Newman University. I use they, them pronouns. But I'm also, as you can probably see in the video, a part-time drag artist and activist.
Oh, I hadn't even noticed.
So, yeah, I know. Just this little number I threw on this
morning.
morning.
It's very low-key. Fine. It's fine. You barely even noticed any of this. So what have you been talking about today?
So, today I've been talking about queering social care. So I've done a little talk, I had some videos, some fantastic people with lived experience of social care and being from the LGBTQ plus community and saying how their views, how they've experienced it, or their fears maybe. And then I've done a poem based on some of the information I've gathered before. And then I've done a lip sync, which is all about allyship and about sticking together and looking after each other.
Lovely. I was speaking to someone earlier who was talking about there's no sort of formal recognition of the LGBTQ plus community in the care sector, and that's what you're working towards, right?
There is some work, yeah. So it's there isn't much universally going on now. There's pockets of work, but it's not being done across the whole sector. So I do a lot of more the research. I do a lot of talks, training, awareness raising, but there's not somewhere where you can just go and do a talk where it kind of gets everywhere, whereas you can do that with the NHS. You've got certain places like NHS England where it has a bigger reach, whereas it's a lot harder within the social care. And I know there's fantastic work like the Out Forum that's being put together at the moment, where they're just trying to bring everything together and actually support the sector to be more inclusive, which is fantastic.
Fab. So have you got a top tip for anyone in the social care sector around anything just to make people's lives better?
For me, it's just remember everybody's human. Even if we're different, we still have that shared characteristic of being human beings, and we still should be caring. Care is in our name, and we need to care for each other. So remember that shared characteristic that we're all human, and even if somebody's different to you, still care for them and respect them as you would want to be respected and cared for.
Lovely. And the really important question of the day, orange juice, bits or no bits?
Always smooth. I cannot stand bits in orange juice. It's awful.
Thanks so much for coming along. Thank you
so much. Thank you.
Right, we are going for a short break and then we'll be back with Alex to close the show. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope that was okay.
That was lovely. Thank you. Do you know... How's my makeup?
Beautiful.
Is it fabulous? We're going live in a second.
Yeah, darling.
I think we are live.
We're live.
How's your day been?
Yeah, not bad, you?
It's been very interviewy.
Yeah, you've had a lot of interviews
I have
today.
interviewed a lot of
yeah,
people.
you have.
I have interviewed a lot of people.
What subject was your favourite? Again, same question as yesterday.
Subject was my favourite. I had a really interesting chat with someone about CQC inspections.
Oh, nice, okay.
Again, a lot of stuff about mental health. Actually, there was one that really stood out, which was a chap called Ben, who talks about his issues with mental health and the breakdown that he had, and then how he uses that now to try and encourage better mental health in his team.
Yeah.
So I think that's really...
What we were saying yesterday, it's good that people are talking about it more, aren't they?
Yes.
And that's really nice amongst team members as well. So
Definitely.
I think that's a really nice message.
Talk to someone about AI,
Oh,
using
right.
AI to make policies for companies, and that
Oh,
actually
right.
need to have an AI policy. And I was wondering whether we could use AI to make an AI policy.
You need AI to make an AI policy.
So use ChatGPT to write a policy about using ChatGPT, about
Isn't
whether
that
you...
defeating the object of having a policy about the AI policy?
But that's the thing, we've been...
How far can we go? Make a
far can
policy
we go?
about the
Yeah.
policy about policy.
Exactly, will it just consume itself in the end?
Maybe.
Have
that's
you
what I was
won
thinking.
anything today?
Have I won anything today? No, haven't won anything today actually. But did have a few interesting conversations with people. Was wandering around a bit and things like that. But it's been a good day today actually, and it's been pretty busy.
Should we go for a wander and say bye to some people?
Yeah, all right then. Are we
Let's
ready?
do it, yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's sort of see out the show.
I think I need to collect my microphone.
It's 7... Oh, yeah, you do, yeah. 7 minutes
Got
to...
my microphone ready. I believe it is. Which way should we go? I think we should go this way.
Let's say bye.
Let's say goodbye to people.
Let's say bye to Tom from Folk Fixers. Bye, Tom from Folk
Bye, Tom. Bye, Tom. Who else? Bye. See you later. Bye. Bye.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go down here.
Zakara's walking back.
Don't fall over. Bye. 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 Bye.
Down this way.
Okay. Bye. Bye. See you later, guys. Bye.
Let's go say bye to the Whistler Bosselhoff people.
Okay.
Let's say bye to them. Let's just pop our heads in here. Bye.
Bye. Okay.
Bye to the trusted care people.
Bye. Oh, look at that humper.
Grab the other side.
No, we can't just nick it. We can't just nick it. My gosh.
Say bye to these people. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. They're very confused.
What is going on? Look, this is the wolf I won. I won
Jerry
one
the
of
Wolf.
them.
They didn't get rid of all of them, did they?
Maybe we should win one again. Bye.
Is it weird? Like they don't realise.
Do you want to go in the air thing quick? Are you allowed?
Can we go in?
I would think so.
Yeah, let's
Go on, you go in. I've done it already.
The idea is to.
Bob said yesterday that he went out.
I wonder how good he's going to be.
I reckon he's not going to beat our scores, so 8 and 10.
Did you get 10?
I got 10.
Oh my goodness. Okay, you got to beat us. Oh. Go, go, go! No green.
No green, it's purple. The white colours you score. Did he do it? Did he get the...
Catch, catch! He's actually not doing bad, apart from the fact that... You did a whole 360! Oh my goodness, you did a really good job!
How many did I get? I did a full 360 there. Nice. I'm afraid that's to be a minus. That's going to be a minus quantity. Oh, because I got too many.
You can't get green.
It's like Crystal Maze. Gold. Yes.
Yeah, well, we win, I think, Sakara. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm Bob, the inventor. I've seen on Dragon's Den.
No way. That was really good, but you failed.
Yes, I probably also humiliated myself slightly as well.
I think slightly is the wrong word. I think massively is the correct word. Okay, bye guys.
Bye,
See you next year. Thanks for being with us for the last 2 days.
Care Show London.
And we hope to see you soon. Bye.
All reckon.
Birmingham?
Yeah, no, the next one's on.
Okay, but how